Hi everyone. The next talk will be starting in 1 minute, so feel free to move to the front row. Good morning, everyone. I'll be your MC this morning. I'm Ryan from ETH Taipei. For the first talk, we have Alan from Uniswap talking about MEV tax in action, internalizing MEV in UniswapX. Let's give a round of applause to Alan.
Test. Okay. Good morning, everybody. 大家好. My name is Alan, and I'm a protocol engineer at Uniswap Labs. And today, I'll be talking about MEV taxes and how we implemented one in UniswapX to internalize MEV. So we're going through a case study of Uniswap today. So I'll just quickly go over what MEV looks like when you swap on chain. So on a blockchain, transactions are processed in blocks at distinct timestamps. And so what that means is we don't have the continuous pricing like we do off-chain. The result of that is that at the time of block proposal, AMMs are going to offer stale prices, which create MEV opportunities. And on mainnet, block builders are going to order transactions in order to extract this value and pay it to block proposers. And they do this by looking at swaps in the mempool or getting orders from other sources of order flow. On L2s, it's a little bit better. A lot of L2s have private mempools, but there's still opportunities for MEV. Because there's relatively less liquidity on L2s, large swaps can create immediate backrunning opportunities to re-arbitrage pool prices and extract value that way. So now let's go over UniswapX. UniswapX is a protocol that facilitates trades through intents. So when we think about normal Uniswap, you're basically swapping through a series of pools. So you start off specifying what tokens you want to trade, and then a routing algorithm is going to go through and give you the best path of trades to go through for the maximum output. That path is then packed into some call data, and you send a transaction with that call data to execute the trade. On UniswapX, it's a lot simpler. You're not specifying any path or anything. All you do is you sign a message saying what you want to trade and some minimum amount that you want. So as an example, I can sign a message saying I want to swap 1 ETH for at least 3,000 USDC. And this is signing a message, not a transaction. So it's gasless. You don't pay any gas for that. That's what it means when you see patterns like this being used and they feature as gasless. What really happens is a filler can take your signed message and then execute a trade for you on your behalf in their own transaction. And that transaction will only go through if it meets the conditions that you specify. So in the context of a swap, our conditions are getting a minimum output from the trade, and that trade happening before some kind of deadline. And the very powerful unlock that we have is that this intent pattern breaks you free from a fixed execution path. So the consequence of that is that all sources of liquidity can be used to fill these trades. For on-chain liquidity, you're not limited to just Uniswap pools anymore. You can get liquidity from anywhere. But we're also starting to see opportunities for off-chain liquidity to be used. So as an example of that is a filler or market maker can fill your trade with their own inventory and then take the opposite side of the trade on a central exchange. And this is all made possible by Permit 2. So part of what you're signing over when you sign this message is Permit 2 information. So this is saying the token you want, some kind of minimum amount, and a deadline. And so a filler can take your signature and then they can execute a trade for you, giving you that output before some kind of deadline. And then in the same trade, in the same transaction, if they can meet those conditions, they can take your input. And so what happens is this trade is completed both ways atomically in a single transaction. You may have seen this before when you swap on the Uniswap interface. At the bottom, you see that the transaction costs no gas and it's using UniswapX. So what I just showed you is what's actually happening behind the scenes when you see this at the bottom of your screen. And we've had UniswapX live since July 2023, so it's been running for almost 2 years now. Now that you know about UniswapX, all you need to know is that it uses intents. So we'll get back to the problem now. When a swapper makes a trade with a certain amount of MEV, a filler who wants to fill that trade is going to bid priority fees in order to take your trade. And then those priority fees are going to go to the block proposer. And so if we think about a system where we have a swapper and a filler, the counterparties of our trade, this value that's going to the block proposer is a dead weight loss. So this is an economic inefficiency in the context of a trade. And so what this talk is about today is that there's an opportunity for us to take that value that was bound for the proposer and give it back to the swapper. So today I'll be going over a MEV tax mechanism by which we can redirect MEV from block proposers back to swappers. And this is something that can be done at the application layer, which means that if you're building a DeFi protocol, you can code this directly into your smart contract. And so the consequence of this is that we can return value back to the counterparties of the trade and thus improve their trade execution. If we look at the picture at the top, this is a world with no MEV tax. So the swapper makes a trade with a certain amount of MEV. A filler is going to bid to take that trade, take a little bit of profit, and then all those priority fees they use to win that trade is going to go to the block proposer or sequencer. Now let's look at the bottom picture. This is a world where we have a MEV tax. What we can see is that the amount of value that's going to the proposer or sequencer is drastically reduced. And then we have that value redirected back to the swapper. Let's go through a quick example. If we have a trade where a swapper swaps 3,000 USDC for 1 ETH, and there is 0.1 ETH worth of MEV for this order, that means that a filler, a competitive one, is willing to spend up to 1.1 ETH to fill the order. 1 to give to the swapper and 0.1 as priority fees. An important thing to note is that for a filler, all they care about is how much money leaves their pocket. So from their perspective, this trade for them is trading 1.1 ETH for 3,000 USDC. Now let's imagine two worlds. The first world is the one we expect. The swapper gets 1 ETH, the proposer gets 0.1 ETH via priority fees, and the filler spends 1.1 ETH. Now let's imagine a world where we're able to take some of that value that was bound for the proposer and give that back to the swapper. So that's what you see here. The swapper gets more than 1 ETH and the proposer gets less than 0.1 ETH. Let's look at the first counterparty of the trade, the filler. So in both worlds, MEV tax or not, the filler is spending 1.1 ETH for this transaction to fill it. So in this case, this counterparty of the trade is indifferent to the world that they live in. Now let's look at the other counterparty of the trade, the swapper. In world 1 with no MEV tax, they get 1 ETH as output. In the world with a MEV tax, they get more than 1 ETH. So this side of the trade is not indifferent. The swapper wants to live in world 2 because getting more than 1 ETH is better than just 1. And if you are building a DeFi protocol, you can choose to live in world 2 by implementing a MEV tax. And this is the world where you maximize value to your users or market's participants instead of letting that value flow to whatever games are being played at a chain's block building or sequencing level. And by taking this approach, we can capture 99% of the competitive MEV on each transaction. And you might be wondering that this seems too good to be true. Why is this not used everywhere already? The caveat is that for this MEV tax mechanism to work, the block sequencing on a chain must enforce priority ordering. And so all this means is that transactions in a block are ordered by their priority fee. We're able to do this today on chains like Base and Unichain. And we are also able to do this on any OP stack chain because on these chains, the default sequencing is based on priority fee. One thing to note is that on these types of chains, the sequencer is the one that does block building and sequencing, and so they're effectively the block proposers that receive priority fees. So I'll refer to them as just sequencers now. Now let's get into the MEV tax. We originally got this idea from Dan and Dave from Paradigm when they released this paper called Priority is All You Need. And you might be able to guess that priority is referring to the chain doing priority ordering. They define MEV taxes as a mechanism that arbitrary applications can use to capture their own MEV. And so a smart contract can charge a fee that's a function of the priority fee of the transaction. So in the context of UniswapX, the contract is going to charge a fee in the form of an extra output to the swapper and give that output to the swapper. So as a filler's transaction increases in priority fee, the smart contract will force them to pay the swapper more output. But this can only work if block proposers order transactions by priority fee. If we know this to be true, then the priority fee on a transaction is a signal for how much MEV exists on it. And so because of that, during execution, a smart contract can look at what the priority fee is on a transaction and charge a fee based on that. And then the paper calls this fee a MEV tax. Why does this work? Let's get into the intuition of it. We just learned that a higher priority fee on a transaction is going to result in the swapper getting more output. Another observation we can make is that a trade can only be filled once. So once somebody fills your order, further attempts to try to fill it again will just revert. Lastly, we're running under the assumption that the chain follows priority ordering. And so, logically, a higher priority fee transaction is the one that gets executed first. So if we put these facts together, we can come to a logical conclusion that the transaction that gets executed to fill a trade gives the user the most output. And since it is the first one to do so, it's the only one that can successfully fill the order. So if we look at these two transactions, the top one has a higher priority fee. So the output's higher, it's 1.1. The bottom one has a lower priority fee, so the output's lower, it's only 1. The higher priority fee transaction is going to be higher in the block, so it gets processed first. So by the time this transaction fills the order, when you get down the block to process the second one, that second one is going to revert. And so the result is that the swapper naturally gets filled by the trade that gives them the most money. Isn't that great? Now let's get into how we can implement this into UniswapX. So here is the naive intent we had before. Swapper gets 1 ETH, all the priority fees go to the sequencer, filler sends 1.1 ETH to fill the order. So let's change our intent. Instead of just asking for at least 1 ETH, we can express mathematically that the more priority fee that's used on the transaction, the more output they need to give to the swapper. So in this example, for every extra unit of priority fee that the filler uses, they have to give the swapper an extra 0.01 ETH. And that 0.01 is what we would call a scaling factor. So what happens now is the money that was going to be priority fees now gets split up. Some of that value goes to the swapper as extra output, and then some of that value remains as priority fees. Let's go back to world 2. We now know that the MEV value is being split between the swapper and the sequencer. So we can imagine this as a swapper getting 1 plus C ETH, and then the sequencer getting 0.1 minus C, because we are taking the value that was bound for their sequencer and giving it to the swapper. So if we want to optimize for the swapper experience, we just maximize C, and that is maximizing the value that goes to the swapper and minimizing the value that goes to the sequencer. Now let's go back to a sentence from the paper. If this tax increases sufficiently fast as a function of priority fee per gas, then only a negligible amount of MEV will accrue to the proposer. So if we make the output amount increase more per priority fee used, that's the scaling factor, then we can make a disproportionately high amount of the value go to the swapper instead of the sequencer. So the scaling factor is essentially the slope of the line. If we make the slope super steep, then we can potentially capture 99% of the MEV on that transaction. Here's what I mean. On the left, we have a line with a lower slope, so it has a lower scaling factor. Out of the 0.1 ETH of MEV, 0.09 of it is going to go to the swapper, and 0.01 of that will go to the sequencer. So the swapper essentially got back 90% of the MEV. Now let's increase the scaling factor. So the slope is higher now. What happens is the sequencer now gets 0.005 ETH, and the swapper gets an extra 0.095 ETH. So in this world, the swapper got back 95% of the MEV. Now you might be thinking logically, why not just make the slope super high and then make the line basically go vertical to get all of it? Here's what happens when you do that. You lose granularity. So in this graph, we have a line that's super steep, and then I've zoomed it in. And in this example, the output is USDC, and every single extra unit one way of priority fee that's used causes a 20 USDC change in the output. And because you can't go more granular than one way, you essentially cannot fill orders between these numbers. And so the lesson here is that when we design our MEV-tax function, we need to account for granularity. Now let's go back to generalize our equation. Basically, the high-level concept is that a swapper is going to swap some asset for a minimum output plus a scaling factor multiplied by the priority fee used. So we end up with a pretty simple expression. And that approach works, but it's not optimal. This bottom expression is what we actually use in our smart contracts. And it looks quite complex because it's multiplicative now instead of additive, but the intuition is very simple. All this math is saying here is that for every extra way of priority fee specified in the transaction, give the swapper 1/1000th of a basis point of extra output. So we had to come up with a term for this called MPS, which we call MIPS, and all it means is 1,000th of a basis point. And so what this allows for is it lets the fillers compete on transactions down to 1,000th of a basis point. So we're really getting them to fight down to the bone to fill these transactions. So just to give you the best price. We also optimize in other ways practically. What I mean by that is we want this to be fast. We want this to feel not too different from instant AMM transactions. And because these are intents and messages you're broadcasting, they don't always get filled. So you can't be too aggressive with your pricing or else these intents would go unfilled and expire. We also want you to get price improvement. So what that means is if you go through UniswapX, you should get at least the AMM price, but hopefully better, or else why do it? And lastly, we want to have granularity in our MEV-tax function in order to get room to facilitate strong filler competition. So like I showed earlier, we're able to get them to compete down to 1,000th of a basis point. So MEV taxes can be useful beyond Uniswap as well. So let's first consider liquidations. On lending platforms like Aave or Compound, liquidators are going to compete to liquidate underwater positions, and those often have a lot of MEV generated. By implementing MEV taxes here, we can redirect that value back to the application by either reducing liquidation penalties or simply increasing protocol revenue. Another application relates to AMMs themselves. So at the start of each block, AMMs are usually arbitraged to take advantage of AMM price discrepancies, and this is called LVR. And if we can internalize this value, we can increase the capital efficiency for liquidity providers. And three, another ramification of this is now that we're essentially taking a bunch of money that was bound for sequencers and giving them back to users, this is going to have some kind of repercussions on sequencer economics. And lastly, perhaps the more ambitious one is having cross-application MEV taxes. So a lot of the most lucrative MEV opportunities are the ones that span multiple protocols. So back in the day, arbitraging between Uniswap and Curve would be a lot of MEV. And so if we can implement MEV taxes across protocols, we can preserve value across the DeFi ecosystem. And the really cool thing about this is that it changes the way we think about protocol design, because instead of accepting these things as inevitable leakage to external actors, we can basically return this value back to the users and protocols that created it. That's all I have for you today. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Alan, for the insightful talk. We're open. We have 5 minutes left and open to any questions from the audience. Anyone want to take one?
Yeah, thanks for the talk. You mentioned that the sequencer is by default a builder. How does this work with like when you have proposer-builder separation?
Yeah, so on mainnet, we have proposer-builder separation, PBS, and on mainnet, there is no strict rule for ordering of transactions in a block. Therefore, unfortunately, this mechanism can't be used on mainnet. Good question.
How do you ensure that the intent can be filled quickly and also the price is lower for a user?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So one thing that we need to do is coordinate for all the market makers and fillers to bid at the same time, because we want all of those, we want this transaction to be filled in a determined amount of time. So in practice, what we do is we set a auction target block. So we say this intent should be filled 2 blocks from now. And then what happens 2 blocks from now is a bunch of fillers, market makers are gonna submit transactions trying to fill the order in 2 blocks from now. And then the first one is gonna be one that fills the order, and that's gonna be the one that gives the swapper the most money.
So in the when you give the quote to the user, you will ask all of the market maker that how much they can fill in the next.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So what you could do is run some kind of RFQ to get a quote beforehand to kind of estimate it. We don't do that. What we basically do is we show the AMM price, and once the intent actually fills, we actually don't know what they're going to be filled at, right? Because it's in the future. But this mechanism, basically, the worst case scenario is that a filler can just use on-chain Uniswap liquidity to fill the order. So at worst, it's just going to be the AMM price. But the advantage is that that is the minimum amount it can be. And so there's a lot of room for price improvement.
As you mentioned earlier, that this is based on the assumption that within a block, the transactions are ordered by priority fee, but it also assumes that the sequencer accepts all transactions, right? Otherwise, I can just ignore the ones that I don't like, and I just add one into the block. So is there any way to make this work in a decentralized sequencer system or mainnet, or do you have to rely on an honest centralized sequencer?
Yeah, excellent question, because you're assuming that the sequencer is not censoring transactions, because they can still order everything by priority fee, but just purposely toss one out, right? That's the question. So one way that we're doing this is actually with Unichain. So Unichain does do priority ordering, but the difference between Unichain and maybe other OP stack chains would be that we're running the Unichain sequencer in a TEE. And so what that means is we can attest that these blocks are ordered based on priority fee, but also that it's not arbitrarily throwing out transactions that come in, and it's honestly just doing its job in accordance to a set kind of code, and then we can attest that we are actually following that code and not cheating.
Have you guys explored something about dynamic design of the scaling factor? Because I feel like the scaling factor is probably the most important thing when it comes to protocol implementing MEV fee, right? So MEV tax, sorry. So yeah.
Yeah, there's probably some room for optimization there, but basically the approach we took was to have it granular down to a thousandth of a basis point. And when you get to that point, you're already past the 99% internalization. And so what that means is now you're kind of picking between like 99.99 or 99.9. So yeah, there's some optimization to be done there, but yeah, that's not something we've done because it's maybe less fruit to be got there.
Does the efficiency of this auction or competition relies on the assumption that the transaction will remain private?
Not really. The transaction starts off as an intent, right? That intent is broadcasted to the world. In that sense, it's being broadcasted to a bunch of fillers and market makers. The real assumption that we make, though, is that these fillers are competitive, which means that they're actually trying to compete with each other to give the best price. Because you can imagine if there was only like one filler or two or three, they could collude to purposely give you bad prices. But the assumption that we run under is that there's market competition when you fill these.
Yep. Sorry, follow up. From my understanding right now, the centralized sequencer right now, they provide private transactions. So the fillers transaction will not be revealed to other fillers. So was that the assumption that you built on?
Yeah, I see where you're going with this. So basically, the fillers are all going to submit their transactions at the time that the target block is to fill the order. And then all those transactions are going to go to the sequencer. And then you make a good point. They can't see the other fillers' transactions. And so this is really like a one-shot bid that they have. And they should give their best foot straight up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alan, and thank you, everyone, for the good questions. There's a couple things that I want to remind. We're starting the launch right now, and it's going to be first come, first serve. So grab your chance before you get front running. And the next talk will be starting at 1, so remember to come back at 1. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
喂，我要递麦给他。Good afternoon, everyone. The session will start in 2 minutes. So you can grab some coffee or water. So we have lots of seats in the front. So if you can come sit closer to the stage, will be better. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And I hope you all had a great lunch and also feeling recharged. So let's dive into our first afternoon session. And by the way, I am Riley, your host in this afternoon. So please join me in welcome our first speaker in this afternoon, Kevin from Etherscan, and he will talking about developer tooling in the madness of multi-chain. Let's welcome Kevin.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. Taipei ni hao. Throughout the years, Etherscan has been building many instances, and one thing we usually always bump into ourselves is how do we navigate the different instances that we have? How do we display and make multi-chain a little bit more accessible? So the first things we always bump into ourselves is if I would like to check my balances, if I would like to check my tokens on the other EVM compatible chains, how can I go about? What instances do we have? Which explorers is being hosted by Etherscan? So the first thing we introduce is the multi-chain portfolio. So the multi-chain portfolio is a comprehensive portfolio that gives you an overview of the assets you have across the different EVM chains, and this is baked into Etherscan itself. So if you are on your addresses, go to the multi-chain portfolio tab, and you'll be able to filter, navigate, select the different explorers that you want to view, and the assets will display accordingly. This is very interesting because once we launch this feature, there are a lot of people come and tell us that they discover their dormant funds at or their airdrops in other EVM network as well. And I think it helps a lot of people get a couple of airdrops they are not aware of. So to help developers as well, recently, a couple months back, we actually launched our Etherscan API v2. This is really interesting because with so many instances and so many API endpoints and so many different URL, how do we consolidate and have that ease of use to digest this information? So we introduced the API v2. One key and multiple chains. So with one API key or one API subscription for you guys that need higher rate limit, you would just need to subscribe to the Etherscan API. Then you will have access to 50 plus mainnet and testnet. They do share most of the same endpoints. And with this also, you have the multi-chain contract verification. This has been a hit with devs. They can deploy on many instances, and with one API key, they can verify their contracts across the different Etherscan instances that they have. Etherscan cards is something that we also introduce when you look at a certain addresses, and that's about it. But the cards is aimed to provide additional context to it. For example, security ratings, the different yield opportunity that you have. And one of the earlier integrators are POAP. You can also see how many events that you attended and how many POAP you have using Etherscan card on a specific address. The Etherscan cards adds contextual information to a particular address where you have you can discover your opportunity, like I mentioned. There are also security cards that exposes security risk on certain addresses, contracts as well. Other than that, we do also pushed out a couple of security features as a lot of developers and users has been copying addresses, looking at their transaction as well. It's a very conscious decision for us to add a lot of these security features, especially hiding a lot of low reputation and zero value token transfer. So this also obscure a lot of spams on the Explorer itself. And also, if you're copying any addresses, we will remind you again that to check your address, because a lot of people copy from the page itself, and they do fall victim to a lot of this phishing attempts. So Etherscan, it's a little bit huge. It's a little bit deep, and for users that wants to look into just a simple portfolio, we introduced BlockScan. So BlockScan is we call it the multi-chain explorer. It's a simple, uncluttered multi-chain explorer. We don't have a lot of dev tooling. It's just simple portfolio transactions. One good thing about BlockScan is that we aggregate all of the labels from the different instances. On BlockScan, you will be able to see a lot of addresses with name tags on them. And it's easier for users to navigate between the different instances that we have all under one roof, the BlockScan. I think we will be supporting NFTs soon, so you'll be able to see most of your NFTs together. And I think that's it. If you do have any feedback, please feel free to ping us, and we are always very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so we still have some time, so if anyone have anything to ask, you can raise your hand and we will get a mic to you. Any question for Kevin?
Okay.
No?
See you guys.
Okay, then thank you,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. So for our next session, it's actually we're starting 1:15. So during this moment, you can go grab some coffee or snacks. Yeah, let's wait until 1:15. And the next session, the speaker will be Kuno from Hyperland, and he was talking about a hands-on guide to cross-chain interoperability. Yeah, so yeah, you can come back later at 15. It's just in 6 minutes. Hello again, it's Taipei. So for our next speaker, let's welcome Kuno from Hyperland, and he will be talking about a hands-on guide to cross-chain interoperability. Let's give Kuno a round of applause and welcome him to go on stage.
Hello, hello. Hi, this is Kunal working at Hyperlane, and Hyperlane is a cross-chain permissionless interop protocol across multiple stacks, OP stack, Arbitrum, Orbit, rollups, every stack you name it. Yeah, I guess the problem statement here, I guess I'll be talking more about rollup interop here, and the last couple of years, we have seen like the blob scaling has kind of worked, and we have reached some kind of scaling in terms of gas prices, and also what kind of specific things we do with rollups. But as these problems have been solved by different teams, they have created its own problem where one rollup ecosystem doesn't talk to another rollup ecosystem, and which means as a user, you get terrible UX. And rollup teams have tried solving this. OPStack has the superchain. ZK Sync has Elastic Chain. Arbitrum Rollup had a blog post like a couple months back trying to solve interoperability. I think Scroll and Polygon also has their ag layer. They all try to solve it, but within their own like walled garden. And what happens is this: they try selling you a framework, but it turns out to be a vendor lock-in inside their own ecosystem. And that's not good. And then alongside that, you have other general message passing protocols like Chainlink, Layer 0, Wormhole, and then asset issuers like Circle. Or they're more future-proof solutions like ZK or TE, which is used by Avalanche. And there's other solutions like optimistic oracles, like across. And they're all trying to solve the same problem, like the oracle problem. How does one chain know what is happening on the other chain? And this, when you're trying to go and look for an interop protocol, there's like so many options, it's only like increasing your dilemma as a buyer. And so we made an attempt to solve this, and we were like, we'll create the most minimal interface you can. There's just one verify function on all EVM contracts. And this is not ownable by anyone, stateless, immutable, and easy to compose within different modules. And this means that what we can wrap around other security modules, like what Superchain has. Like if you can see, there's like 2 OP stack rollups, and they have their own like infra for handling like global state, and then they have the cross L2 inbox, which I don't know if it's that visible, but you have this cross L2 mailbox, and all we need to add is an ISM contract, which is interchain security module, and that doesn't require anything special from you. We have a relay which runs and picks it up automatically, and this way you got everything plus Superchain. Same with Chainlink, which was one of the oracles which they provided, and the same way you could just use, you could use their contract, CCIP, and use that, give it access control, and the same way you have another ISM security module. And this is actually live today between multiple rollups, and this is open USDT. Then another thing is like these things are like kind of like Legos. You can build one on top of another, on top of another. We have two different ways of doing this. We have aggregation, where you have multiple different at the same time. So what Vitalik was talking about, like 2 out of 3. One is DE, one is ZK, and then another would be optimistic. And then you have, you could be selective, between these two chains. I only want a optimistic oracle versus between these two chains, which maybe, there's more risk of like reorgs and stuff. I rely on a ZK solution. And this way you can like configure which chains you want which kind of security. And then, there's a whole bunch of options. We have like more than 20 different ISMs, like security modules. And this means, as an app dev, how do you use these ISMs? We have an application called warp routes, which is our flavor of token bridging standard, like OFT, XCR, C20. And if all of our infra is already deployed, all you need to do is just deploy the token contract on each chain. So you have ERC20 token contract, and you have the collateral contract, where you lock here, and mint here, and then burn here, and then you unlock here. And how do you, as an app, how do you pick which ISM you want? You basically just inherit this I specifies ISM contract and just set it here. And now if you set it to 0, you get the latest and greatest Hyperlane has to offer, or you deploy your own ISM, like how I did with Superchain. And that is it. You can try warp routes. There's a link here. And then, you can also try deploying your own ISMs. Yeah, that's the end. If there's any questions.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, we still have some, maybe 8 minutes before our next session start. If no, then thank you to Kuno for his time today. And let's give him a round of applause as well. Thank you, everyone. So for our next session, it will start at 1:30. And for the following 4 sessions at A2 building, it will be like 30 minutes instead of 15 minutes. So before all those sessions started, you can go to grab some coffee and water there before you enjoy the whole session. So let's see you again at 1:30. Okay. Hello again. So, as I said, the following session will all be 30 minutes. So make sure you grab your coffee and water ready. So let's welcome our next speaker, Goki from Mickey, and he will be talking about what's happening with cross-chain intents and their future. Let's give Goki a round of applause and welcome him to get on stage. Welcome.
Hey everyone, it's already 1 p.m., so April Fool is finished. So in this session, no fake news, no fake data, so don't worry. And in this session, I want to give some introductions about intents and deep dive to, especially for the cross-chain intents or basic on the on-chain data. So sometimes people tell a lie for your friends for something, but on-chain data don't tell a lie. So do not have to trust, just verify, back to the basic. And first of all, I create some Slido. So if you have some questions, please ask me anytime. And I will have some asking session after that. But first of all, I want to introduce myself. And I'm Goki. I'm founder of the Futaba Protocols. And I'm from Aichi Prefecture in Japan, which is the headquarters of Toyota. And I graduated from Nagoya University. This is an alumni, former Toyota's CEO. So a lot of the people around me want to join the Toyota as an ultimate goal. But I'm totally not interested in joining this kind of big companies. So I want to deep dive into the crypto before 2022, and I deeply researching and development interoperabilities for 3 years. So here's the agenda. So first of all, I make some introductions. What is the intent? And next, I want to give some examples like swap and cross-chain intents as well. And I follow to the on-chain queries. I introduce about bridge use case and future challenges and the next initiative. So first of all, I want to talking to intents introductions. But this is how Uber and Grab step-by-step users flow by introductions. So first of all, if we want to go somewhere, we are using some Uber or Grab. So first, we can choose destination. I want to go to somewhere, and next, match the driver. And next, we can take a ride, and if I arrive at the destination, I have to verify it and pay some money. So how about we abstract this process? So first is express intent, whatever. But I want to go here, I want to buy something, or I want to do blah, blah, blah. And the next, match executor. So on the application side, they can find best performer or user or some off-chain anywhere, but we can find some best executor. And the next, execute intents. On the taxi, we can just ride and go to destination, but intent make some actions and settle outcome. So we have to verify the transaction is successful and pay some fees. And this is the intent flow on the blockchain. So first of all, user can make some intents. For example, I want to swap some ETH, or I want to bridge some asset, or I want to some NFTs, anything. And then on the off-chain side or on-chain side, we can match executor. So it's based on, for example, some price, some speed, or some performance. But we can find some executors. So between that, we can using RFQ, request for quotations. So a lot of executors make some quotations, and we can decide who is the best person to execute this kind of transactions. And after that, on-chain side, we can execute transactions. And settle is occurred. So first of all, we can check the transaction is done or not. And if this is successful, we can pay some revenues after that. So why we use intents? So first of all, we're gonna make more user experience because only user side should have do is just make some intent and sign transactions. And after that, it automatically finds some executors, transactions occurred, and payment is automatically done. And second point is execution optimizations. For example, on the swap side, we can find the best root executor. Or cross-chain swap, we can find most fastest transactions executor. And last one is MEV resistance. So we can find good person, not only find good person, but also we can make some secure way to make transactions because intent itself is off-chain. So next step, I want to introduction some swap use case. And first of all, in the intent swap, we have 3 point of the view. So first one is, of course, we want to improve some user experience. So user side, it's very difficult to find the good swap root. So instead of this, just user have to do is, I want to swap A token to B token, and after that, easily to swap. And second point is we can easily to find best executions because by RFQ, it's automatically find good executors. And the last one is in terms of swap, there are a lot of MEV, so we can predict this kind of MEV attacks. So in this session, I want to introductions about UniswapX a little bit. But this is the fourth step on the UniswapX. So first of all, declare swap intent and auction for best swap and swap execution by filter and swap settlement. So first one, declare swap intent. So this is a front end on the Uniswap, and if you put on some amount and choose some tokens, it's automatically calculate on the Uniswap side. And on the Uniswap side, compared to existing liquidities and UniswapX, this is an intent model solutions. If UniswapX is good performance, it's automatically executed by the filter. And auction for the best swap. So Uniswap RFQ right now basically using for the Dutch auction. And Dutch auction, at the first time, the price is good for the user side. And time by time, it goes down the price, so it's more good for relayer side or filter side. And good point of the Dutch auction is fair pricing for users and incentivize fast and efficient executions. However, the challenging is if we cannot find good solvers or filters, just time-sensitive executions and possibly inefficiently and low activities. So next, I want to introductions about cross-chain intents. So compared to swap, cross-chain intent is different goals for everyone. So first one is gas price. We can reduce gas price compared to any existing cross-chain bridge. And next is speed. So only few seconds we can execute transactions. And last one is securities. By the way, why we have to pay a lot of gas fees and waiting a lot of the time, and sometimes this liquidity is leaked before like 2 years ago. So I want to make some introductions how to bridge the existing model. So basically, a lot of liquidities exist, like lock and swap, lock and mint, or liquidity lock and unlock model. But basically, first of all, user have to lock the tokens. And after that, we have to make some verifications on the source chain side, like optimistic, ZK, validator, whatever, but we have to verify it. And on the blockchain too, after the verifications, unlock the tokens. So user can get token. But problem is, first one is we have to pay gas fees for verifications and wait for block finalizations because we have to verify the source chain transactions. And second point is if the bridge is lock and mint kind of solutions, there are risks that leaked tokens could be exploited or leaked. in the source chain side. So transaction flow bridge addition is, first of all, make some intents on the source chain side, and second, RFQ, and third, bridge executions and verifications and settlement. So first of all, user have to lock the token on the blockchain 1 source chain side, and every single off-chain actor, we call it solver, observe the source chain transactions. And by the RFQ, the protocol decided who's gonna be executor at these transactions. So at this time, solver A can execute transactions, for example. And this solver fills the intents before block is finalized. And user can get token. So a few moments later, a lot of the people using this kind of intents protocol, so some tokens are locked on the source chain side, and after that, transaction is verifications. For example, optimistic, ZK, validator, anyway. And if transaction is verified, the token plus fee is unlocked for the solver side. So why intent solves key bridge challenges? So first one, gas fees, because verification is batch after the execution, so we can reduce some gas fees as well. And for the speed, before block is finalized on the source chain side, the solver executes transactions on the destination chain. So this meaning, like intents protocol, solver have some risk for block finalizations as well, but user can get token as first as possible because solver take a risk. And third one is securities. So we can, this model, we don't provide it source chain liquidities, so we can reduce 1 point of hack point. But of course, every single transactions or every single verifications gonna be hack point, but we can reduce some kind of hack point in the intents protocol. And yeah, let's take a look at on-chain data. And I want to introductions about Across, because right now, a lot of the people using the Across, and recently UniswapX also integrated Across protocol as well, and this is some front runner of the intent breach. So first of all, like Uniswap, Across is also give some front-end side, so you can go some website and put some amount on the front-end side. We can choose which chain we want to send and which kind of the token we want to breach, and input the amount. And on the Across, who's gonna be the executor? This is decided by the first to fill the wins. So in the Across, the first solver can call fill V3 relay, becomes the executor of the transactions. So this means speed is very important for solver side. And the verification model, Across using the optimistic way, so like over every single 90 minutes, the execution is verified, and we can choose 2 types of settlement options. So first one is, for example, I want to swap a bridge base chain to Ethereum chain, and solver execute on the destination chains fill the intent. They have 2 choices. So first one, if you use Across LP, the solver can get directly on the Ethereum chain. They can get back to their tokens, or direct claim from locked fund. So in this case, the solver can choose get fund from base chain or Ethereum chain. So let's take a look on the on-chain data. So this is some example which is actually executing transactions by solver side. So first one is successfully filled and delivered tokens to user on the destination chain. So it's filled. And second one is failed to fill because other relayer already filled the intent, so this relayer cannot fill. So just pay the gas fees and failed to transactions. And third one is verifications. So across protocol, if successful, they can verify it and give back to the fund to solver. And this is a relay market share by number of transactions. So as the pie chart shows, over 50% of the transactions executed by 4 solvers. And another one is executed by like 15 solvers. So in the total market, executing on the across is like 20 solvers. They join, and over the half of the transactions executed by only 4 top solvers. And here is by the token, what kind of token is breached on the across protocol. So over 50%, the user breach by wrapped ETH, and 40% to 60%, the USDC is breached. And it's only 2% breached to wrapped Bitcoin. And this is the relay distributions by tokens. So this pie chart shows the wrapped ETH is fully decentralizations compared to wrapped Bitcoin. So this pie chart shows if major token is breached, it's more like decentralization breach, because a lot of the solver join this kind of transactions. But wrapped Bitcoin, this is a minor, it's only 2% of the transactions on the total. So it's only few solver can join this kind of market. So over the 60% transactions executed by 1 solvers. And here is a relay volume by transactions, relay volume by transaction value range. So this pie chart is number of the transactions, but this pie chart is the transaction volume. So over the 60% of the transaction is executed by only 1 relayers. So the reason is I break down some amount of the range of the breach tokens, and over like small amount of the breach, a lot of the solver can join this kind of opportunities so they can fill the transactions. But for example, over the 100K plus breach volume, over the 97% transactions executed by 1 solvers. So this figure shows if user want to breach some small amount, a lot of solver can join and compete some transactions. But if big amount, because some solvers cannot prepare for the tokens, so breach is not successful for this kind of solver. And so this is a relay example, top transactions volume performer. So this solver prepare for over 10 million USD on the tokens, and they put on the tokens every single chain, like 50K to 4 million in asset across the chain. So this relay can fill any kind of range of the breach volume. And next example is highest transactions count. So this solver only have 40K in inventory, and every single chain, it's only 50K on each chain, but this solver can optimize for executing transactions as fast as possible and as much as possible, so they can make some capital utilizations and fill a lot of the intents. And here is another intent type of breach, but compared to across, this kind of breach is not yet decentralizations because we needed to permission in order to join the solver network. So it's only few filters join this kind of intense protocol. So this is the big 4 summaries. So first one is across is compared to any kind of intense protocol, a lot of solver can join this kind of market. And second point is we can choose what kind of strategies we're gonna make. So for example, if you want to make some big profit or big tractions, we can prepare for a lot of inventory and execute transactions. Or if you want to make much transactions as possible, we can set up some strategies and execute transactions. So it depends on the solver. And third point is inventory-driven limitations. So some solvers cannot prepare for enough money in order to fill the intent. So for example, like over the 100K intents if I want to fail, I also have to prepare for over 100K inventory as well. So it's a little bit hard to some solver as well. So it's not yet decentralized, this kind of highly volume transactions. And the fourth one is token popularity efficient. So the more major token is, the more decentralized. So its layer distribution trend to be. And next, I want to introduction some future challenges. But why federal decentralization is matters? I pick up 3 reasons. So first one is performance optimizations. So key point on the intent is how can we make RFQ request for the quote in order to optimize the output. But if we cannot find good feeders, the transaction is failed or user can get not good outcome. So this is very important to find and creating a lot of the solvers and good RFQ as well. And the second point is also liveness. So major feeders goes down, the entire bridge could be failed. And decentralization ensures system resistance. And third one is preventing intent censorship. For example, if only one solver can execute every transactions, they can choose this intent make execute or not. So this is some risk of censorship. So this is not good for the intent protocol ecosystem. And here is the challenges to federal decentralization. So first one is entry barriers. So this is like validators. If I want to join the Ethereum validators, I have to prepare for over the 32 ETH and set up some off-chain node, and I have to running good infrastructure. So this is kind similar to problem. In order to join the solver intent market, we have to set up off-chain node and prepare for some inventories, and we have to create some strategies. So it's a little bit difficult for normal users. And second point is profitabilities. And especially for the new intent-based protocol, transaction volume is still low and user is still few people. So this market is hard to creating strong economic incentivize for feeders to participate. And the last one is securing a large amount of the capital. So it's very hard to fill the high volume intents because we have to make a lot of the ETH or a lot of USDC before fill the intents. So that's hard as well. And finally, I want to introduction some initiative. So first one is Open Intents Framework, so built by Ethereum Foundation, Hyperland, and others. This is a shared framework for cross-chain intent execution. So this is a good point, is if someone want to creating new type of intent applications, they don't have to creating applications from scratch, but they can use Open Intents Framework and build on very easily. And not just spec, OIF is SIP's real code and infrastructure to make intents work today. And finally, I want to introduce our product Mickey a little bit, but our idea is like Rido. So Rido open to everyone can join the Ethereum validators market to everyone with only just staking the ETH. So this is a similar concept. So if user stakes the tokens on the Mickey, they can get solver reward, and solver side, they can fill the intents by using our board. So we can break some entry barriers, and a lot of the high volume, it's very hard to prepare for the inventory, but if we can creating some boards, the solver can borrow the asset from the board and fill the intents. And also, this is some niche, but we can creating some gas focusing and intent aggregator, which in order to make some most profitabilities. So yeah, that's all. And if you want to know more about intents or this slide or some on-chain data, let me know. This is my Telegram, so please add to me. So in the session, that's all. And I switch to the question. I have 2 questions. Okay. So first one is, I think based rollup can solve the cross-chain problem. Yeah, I think so, but it depends on the price or chain as well. For example, Intense protocol, it's not only the EVM to EVM bridge, but also we can send some tokens to EVM to non-EVM chain. So we have some chance to make bordered X system compared to any kind of bridge solutions. Or what is the risk of relayer centralizations? Yeah, I think this is an important point because, yeah, this is a major intense problem. So if we cannot find good relayer or good RFQ, the liveness goes down and performance is also not good. So this is like just centralization's bridge on the on-chain. So this is a very, very problem. So I think price and speed, performance, and liveness is very important in order to make decentralized bridge in the future. So I think for the Slido, that's it. And I left some 4-minute speech. So do you guys any questions?
Any questions for Goki?
Hi, I guess my question is, in the system that does have decentralized fillers, like you showed in your graphs that some of your fillers were doing like more than 50%. Is that really a risk to the system? I mean, like if one filler is like taking most of the requests, as long as there's one other one, that one won't be able to censor some transactions, right?
Yeah, at this time, yeah, for example, over the 100K transactions, they can only one solver is existed. So sometimes, for example, this solver, for example, AWS goes down, this kind of transaction is failed. So this is a problem. Yeah. So I think in the low volume, there are a lot of the feeders. So if some AWS or some infrastructure goes down, but bridge is successful because there are a lot of any other off-chain actors. But highly volume, it's more centralizations, so we have some risk for some hacking or some stopping on the transactions. So that's why we need a lot of more solver in the future.
Thank you.
Hey, I guess one more thing on the solver centralization. I think that one of the dangers, and I think like Tarun wrote a good paper about this, is if you have, let's say, a solver that dominates like 80% of all order flow, they can get to a point where like they capture like so much order flow and therefore so much of the like surplus that they have basically like this ability to just like take lower than they would profit at a long enough time to basically avoid all the other solvers being able to run ever and then like basically exiting the market. And I think we haven't seen it yet, right? Like I think it's probably too early for that, but that's definitely kind of like one of the concerns I think that people are having with like respect to solver centralization. But that was just more a comment. But I'm curious on your protocol about the like vaults. Like how do you, like what's your mechanism to allow basically, like I assume you'd basically give loans to solvers. So like how do you enforce that like they don't just like take the money and run with it? Like are they bonded? Are they like, yeah, kind of curious how that works.
Yeah, great questions. So I think in our protocol, this is like cross-chain versions flash loans. So first of all, we have to make some proof by TEE on the source chain request transactions by solver side. So we can ensure this kind of transactions, if this solver fail, 100%, if this transaction is successful, the return to the tokens to solver board. So we have to make proof on the source chain's request at first. And the second point is solver is just make some requests to fill the intents, but the actor actually fill the intent is board itself. So solver not borrow the token directly, but just requests fill transactions to board side, and board verifies the request transactions, and after that board fill the transactions. And directly go back to fund to board as well. So only solver have to do is make strategies and make proof and send requests to board.
Okay. And thank you for Goki's reply, and thank you for everyone's question. And I know the gentleman has another question, because maybe you can ask Goki offline. So let's give a round of applause for Goki for sharing, for his sharing. And let's welcome our next speaker, Nam Chu from Hyperland. And also give a quick heads up, like at 3:30 later, we have a happy hour coming up at Building F, which is the same place you had lunch. So we got beer and some snacks, generously sponsored by Portals. So make sure to swing by, grab a bite, and mingle after. So right now, let's welcome our next speaker, Nam Chu, and he will be talking about unlocking the power of intents, building composable and open infrastructure for Ethereum. Let's give him a round of applause.
Hello. All right. So we're going to be talking about intents. I guess I didn't realize when I prepared my slides that I will be preceded by Goki, mostly already talking about some of the basics. So yeah, I'll go over that very briefly. But honestly, like whenever you guys feel at any point like you have questions, just interrupt me. I generally feel that those kind of presentations are just more engaging anyways. But yeah, to introduce myself, my name is Nam. I'm one of the co-founders of Hyperlane. And yeah, I've been spending a lot of time in the last couple of months talking about intents, but especially open infrastructure. And so the agenda for today, the need for unification, like why this is all matter. I want to go a bit over the current efforts that are happening in the space that I've been luckily part of. Talking about the Open Intents framework, which is one of those efforts that Goki also already mentioned. And then last but not least, I think some of the challenges that I think he also mentioned about, yeah, like solver decentralization and whatnot. Like intents probably don't solve everything. And so I want to give a little bit of like a sneak peek of what we personally believe the kind of steps beyond intents are. But to start with kind of like the motivating problem, so to speak. So I've only been around since like 2017, 2018, so like I can't actually talk about what it was like to be in those stages. But right, like one of the early things that like Ethereum had to figure out was very much fragmentation as well with respect to like token standards, right? Like I think ERC20 is very well known, and I think at the time it was just actually like when smart contracts came out, like people built like token contracts actually in very different ways, which made things like wallets super hard to build. Right? And so I think Ethereum has a long history of basically figuring out, hey, how can we unify Ethereum to kind of like make applications and associated infrastructure work better? And so I think ERC20 is a great example of like how that can work well, right? Because ERC20 kind of like unleashed, I think, the like power of like composing value transfers. But then I think ever since then we've kind of like had like a lot of like different efforts when it comes to like fragmentation. Like I think in the beginning, once we realized, oh shit, this doesn't scale, we like talked about like, oh, how do we scale Ethereum? Maybe we do shards. And really it was around 2020 when I think the broader research community came together and said like, hey, we should probably do rollups. And so I think one thing that I think people sometimes underappreciate is just like how successful that actually was, right? Like I think in 2020, like in DeFi summer, like we all complained about like super high gas fees. And I'm pretty sure nobody like, maybe not nobody, but like very few people today complain about gas prices. But what they do complain about is fragmentation, right? Like I think from this roll-up centric roadmap, again, written in like 2020, now we're in a point where like, honestly, most transactions on, right, like the leading L2s only take sub-cents effectively. But I think it's no denying that the interoperability experience that users face today is like pretty rough. Like not only, I guess, here's a bit more like between developers, but like you as a developer, like on L1, right? Like what kind of like powered DeFi Summer was this ability for developers to just like compose with each other. And I think we've kind of lost that, right? Like now today, if like you have an app on Base and you have an app on Arbitrum, like you as a user now have to figure out how do you move your funds from Base to Arbitrum and vice versa, or like maybe you have like, yeah, like most of your kind of Base funds on Ethereum. And so I think the like user experience for like kind of like dealing with like going between chains has definitely become like a clear like loss of UX compared to like Ethereum in 2020-21. And so for users, what it really means is that like, right, like if you use MetaMask, you have just like an insanely long like list of chain lists probably. And right, like honestly, like last couple of months has gotten better, right? Like MetaMask is now able to keep like a different active network on like different tabs, and like is able to kind of like automatically switch chains. But like I think again, we're like very far from the experience that we've had, which was like, oh, just connect MetaMask and that's all you got to do. And so I think the last couple of months have seen like a lot of, let's call it like negativity towards like Ethereum, because compared to like, right, Solana and like maybe some of the meme coins that were launched in Solana, everybody just got really upset. Like everyone's really upset of like, hey, like I have ETH bags and they're not going up, and partly because of interoperability, right? Like this is like the most important problem, and like how come Ethereum does not feel like one chain anymore? And I think as somebody who has spent a lot of time with people, let's say at the ETH, and I think Josh Rudolph from the ETH is kind of like the best person there, it's like, sometimes it's like very hard to see what's actually going under the hood, and that's what this presentation is for. This is all fine. Like people are working on this right now, and like just everybody be a bit of patient. The goal that I think if you were there in Bangkok, like at DEF CON, right, like there was this like interop forum where it was like Vitalik and a bunch of L2 founders on stage, and like Vitalik basically told them like, oh, you cannot leave the room until we accomplish this goal. And I think the goal is for Ethereum to feel like one chain again. That's really the kind of like the overarching, I would say, thesis behind what kind of like people have been trying to work on. And honestly, since Bangkok, there's been a few efforts that I kind of want to like highlight. And so they roughly fall in these three categories: chain-specific, addresses, message passing, and intents. I'm just going to briefly go over them, but mostly focus on intents afterwards. So chain-specific addresses is basically this idea of, hey, right, like if you want to send funds from one address to another, like again, on Ethereum, L1 by itself, it was very easy, right? You just give an address, and even that was complicated. Like some people use ENS, but now with L2s, you actually have to always specify which chain this address is on, right? There was like this famous example of like, I think Wintermute, like having a safe on Ethereum, and then they just gave the address and thought that like they would have the same address on Arbitrum, or I think on Base, I forget which one. But it turns out, right, like safe addresses aren't guaranteed to be the same on every chain. And so chain-specific addresses are basically meant to, yeah, standardize how we specify addresses across chains, so that like you can go back to this idea of just giving a string to a counterparty, and then they can figure out how to send you the funds, not just on that address, but also on that chain. Message passing, I'm not going to go too much into it. Actually, more towards the end, it will be kind of an important primitive. But what I want to focus on today is primarily intents. And so why do I care about intents? Intents are, actually, I guess, let's clarify quickly what are intents, because I think a lot of people might feel embarrassed to ask. This is a great diagram from the Uniswap page, right? Like a user basically submits the funds on the settlement contract. Any filler can observe that those tokens were put into settlement contract, and it can fill on the destination chain. And then the hard part is basically like, how does the settlement contract know that the filler actually did the thing it's supposed to kind of like unlock the funds to the filler? And I think, getting ahead of ourselves. So the reason why I think it's very interesting, for all the reasons that Goki mentioned, is that intents have this ability to provide a much nicer user experience, right? Like as a user, you just say like, oh, I have token X, I want token Y on chain A or B, and solvers basically do the job for you. And I think like what we saw like on the statistics that he showed, right? Like I think actually the solver like decentralization is getting pretty good on things like across. Like I think even just a year ago, solvers were fairly centralized. But it's getting pretty good. However, right, like the rollup centric roadmap didn't get created to have like 4 different L2s on which like most activity kind of like exists. The rollup centric roadmap was created to allow developers and projects to spin up all kinds of different rollups with different execution environments, of different trust assumptions. And I think we as Hyperlane, one of the things that we focus on a lot is what we call like long tail chains, long tail rollups, right? Like basically if you were like 2 dudes here in Taipei and you want to launch a rollup, like actually it was surprisingly hard to basically get this intent experience. And so what we found is, as we were talking to these rollups, is that, hey, like I want intents, but I have to beg hard from across to kind of get this intent experience. And that was just not something that we think is useful for our space because it like limits the reach of rollups and so therefore Ethereum. And so we spent a bunch of time trying to like help all of these different teams like build common infrastructure to have these intent experiences. And that's what ultimately culminated in the Open Intents framework. And so basically think of the Open Intents framework as just like this recognition as an engineer of like, hey, it's bad if we all building basically the same thing. Why don't we work together on building shared abstractions that allow us still to have, right, like have our own take on it, but not have to build everything from scratch. And so yeah, hopefully we can write like this kind of graph of like, bridging over time, being intent-based versus not, like we can kind of keep that going as we expand to more and more rollups. And so what exactly is, I guess, in the Open Intents framework? There's, I think, mainly, like I would say, 4 pieces. Basically, one, I think, honestly, the most important is probably an open source solver implementation, right? Like most intent protocols come with a reference solver, but if you today, right, like have, if you basically build a new intent protocol because you're like, oh, resource logs are super great. Oh, like I want to, right, like support like cross-chain Dutch auctions. Like honestly, the hardest part is building this reference solver. Like I think people sometimes underestimate just like transaction indexing, like transaction inclusion, like gas pricing. Like those are all the kind of like hard parts, and actually rebalancing as well. And so I think what we found over the last couple of months as we've been working with different kind of intent protocols, that actually this is the most interesting thing to them, right? Like we're working, for example, with like 0H from Uniswap. He's worked building the compact. And so yeah, so I think just being able to have open source solver implementations that like make solving more accessible to people is one of the honestly very exciting parts of the Open Intents framework. Other parts are just like basic, the smart contracts, right? Like intents in the essence are like super simple. Like it's basically like take tokens and then based on some other contract which tells you whether it was filled or not, release the tokens. And so there's some basic composable smart contracts in the OIF. There's a basic UI template. So basically, if you, right, like again, launch your own rollup, like ultimately what you care about is for your users to be able to like have this intent experience to go to and from your rollup. And then last but not least, I guess like 7683 is the most like successful interop standard that we have today, and so the smart contracts are written with that interface in mind. And so all in all, this basically like is the goal to have all of these things is to allow, again, like a long tail rollup to basically get this interop experience without having to build everything from scratch. Like kind of the explicit goal for us as we were building this was, hey, it should allow a team of, like right now, if you want to do this, it probably takes a team of like 2 or 3 engineers to work like on this from scratch in like 4 or 5 months. And the goal of the Open Intents framework is to basically get that down from like 1 engineer working on it for like 1 week to basically like deploy and customize it for your own chain. And so we at Hyperlane are big fans of open frameworks. Like I think the reason why is because, right, like if you have 10 different teams having the exact same problem, they can kind of like work together and build these abstractions together. They are also permissionless and protocol agnostic, right? Like I think the thing about a lot of interop today is that it basically requires you to talk with a interop team to convince them, hey, my chain is important enough for your business. And I think that's just not what we've built crypto for, in my opinion, right? Like, I think the super cool idea was, and I think I usually like quote Uniswap in this context, is that back in the day when you wanted to list your token, you had to like convince Binance to like list your token, right? And there's like a lot of like kind of like strings attached that come with it. But like Uniswap allowed anybody to just like spin up a V2 pool on Ethereum and list your token. And so this kind of like permissionless aspect is something that we have to truly treasure as we are, building this kind of like infrastructure for financial rails. And so, yeah, frameworks are great because they kind of maintain that permissionlessness. So, do intents and the OIF solve Ethereum interoperability? I think one thing that Goki did a good job at is kind of like recognize that, right, like solvers are ultimately the thing that powers intents. And while, I mean, I just spent a bunch of time talking about why intents are so great and like how I can make them more accessible to people. But I think we should also recognize that like ultimately what you're doing is you're really paying a solver to give you a loan for some extended time, right? Like they're basically giving you the money on the destination chain, and they have to wait some amount of time before they can get their money back, either on that chain or on some other chain. And so ultimately this is a cost that has to be borne by somebody, and that's ultimately the user. Like I think in the cross, right, like the repayment period is basically not typically 90 minutes, but could be even worse. And so really like what you're doing as a solver is you're basically just parting away with your money and like planning on having it come back in 90 minutes. And so I saw a calculation that Hart gave to me the other day, and right, like at 1 cent at the current prevailing cost of capital, like I think 1 cent really covers really only an intent for I think like 5K it was or something like that. And so it means that like if, right, like it works well for like intents for like normal users who, let's say, like send 50, 100, $500 around, but like we're very far from this world where we again had on L1, where like, right, like you can build composable protocols just like moving like millions and billions of dollars at basically like no slippage. Vitalik wrote this ETH Magician's research post, I think like 4 days ago or 5 days ago. And I think multi-prover architectures are like just a must-have, because you need to be able to, right, like drive down finalization window of rollups, because right now it takes like 7 days. And I think, there was a lot of like, what do you call it, like excitement about like ZK rollups by like solving all of that. But I think even like Vitalik, who I would say has been a ZK maxi, I think is recognizing that like current ZK technology is still pretty opaque, and there's still like quite a amount of bugs to be found. Like I think Sextinct just like disclosed a bug just the other day. And so multi-prover architectures are like super important for us to like pragmatically actually drive down the finalization window. And even with that, right, like we will only get the finalization window down to, let's say, 12 minutes. And so that is like still a loan that the market, like a solver, has to give to you for like 12 minutes to cover that cost. And so it is inevitable to us that like intents will only cover some amount of activity, but to really get, I think, again, for Ethereum to feel like one chain again, we ultimately need like native like rollup interoperability. And so I'm gonna like maybe speedrun this a bit more, but today, if you ask most developers, very few people will actually implement the native rollup bridge, right? Very few people do, right? Like technically there's like storage, there's like commitments to storage routes on L1, but even those are very, very rarely used. And what you see is people kind of like taking, so to speak, shortcuts because you as a developer, you just have no time to basically think about like, hey, what is the best interoperability available for me to use, right? I think there's like things like Superchain, Elastic Chains, Aglair that kind of like promise basically this kind of like, better native trust assumptions for cross-rollup interoperability. But like, let's be real, like you as a developer, you have absolutely no time to think about this, right? Like you have to build an application that that works well and that kind of like has a good user experience and that has like good onboarding. And so interoperability is generally going to be like I think you recognize as an important problem, but not one that you can spend like that much time on. And so what is the solution? I'm a one-trick pony. The solution is open frameworks, right? The idea is, again, like, don't waste your time building everything from scratch. Like, it's just like impossible. Not just because there's different, again, these different verification mechanisms given to particular rollups, whether they're part of the same cluster, whether they're part of not the same cluster. But even if you were, let's say, in the superchain, right? Like, I think we were talking to the base team, for example, and like, it's great if you have interoperability within the superchain, but what do you do about a meme token on like Arbitrum? What do you do about a meme token on like Solana, right? Like, you ultimately need interoperability that kind of like covers our industry. And that's what we've built like Hyperlane for, right? Like, Hyperlane is kind of, if you think of the OIF as an interoperability framework for intents, Hyperlane is a more general interoperability framework for like, hey, how do you know that something happened on an origin chain? And so again, that's the main point I want you to get away with, is that open frameworks work. They are permissionless and protocol agnostic, right? So like, Hyperlane is fully open source. People can deploy Hyperlane to their chain without ever talking to us, right? Like, the goal for us really is to kind of like maintain this like, this pretty much honestly the only differentiation that crypto has against Web 2, which is that like, nobody can stop you, right? Like, you can build an application and put it on chain, and nobody can stop you from it. You can like, a user can use it without any permission. And so I really want people to kind of recognize that like, infrastructure like this has to be permissionless. And because it's open source and collaborative, right? Like, people can work on different parts independently and kind of like improve the thing together. So yeah, tagline, friends don't let friends build bridges, because that's kind of hard. And so yeah, so don't settle for open frameworks, don't settle for less than open frameworks for interoperability. Here are some examples of folks who have recognized that, and I guess I have a few more minutes, so maybe I can quickly go into it. So Eco is actually one of these intent protocols that have recognized, like, they first tried to build kind of like their own abstraction for like different proving systems. Like, I think they actually originally started with a storage proof system, and then they realized like, this is kind of hard, right? Like, we're kind of like, again, reinventing a lot of the wheels here. And so like, by building on top of Hyperlane, they were able to, right, like, have an interop system that covers most of the chains they care about. But within that, they are able to use different verification systems as time goes on. So basically, you could imagine like, oh, right, like, lower value intents actually use like, just let's say a validator-based settlement system, but then if you have intents exceeding like millions of dollars, they actually would go use the storage proof system. Right, like, if you are like a RAS provider like Caldera or Gelato, they've kind of recognized, hey, my customers, right, who deploy chains, they have the same problem every time. Like, those chains need interoperability, and like, I can't build a business around like, hoping that my customers are big enough customers for other interoperability projects. And so they are now deploying Hyperlane out of the box on these rollups, because they can do that, right? They don't have to ask us, it's all fully open source. And so yeah, so again, the takeaway for you guys is, if you need interoperability, like, don't settle for anything less than open frameworks. I know I have a few minutes left, so maybe I'll just like leave it open for questions.
Any questions? We got 7 minutes.
Sorry, how are you guys funded? I mean, if you're competing against these other interop solutions that they've got, you know, big bucks and VCs and marketing budget and stuff, how does that work?
Great question. Yeah, we are very well aware that there's hundreds of millions of dollars in our competitors. You know, I think our choice of the framework strategy is not coincidental, right? Like, and it is our view that, again, similar to, let's say, exchanges, right, is that there's always going to be Coinbase, Binance, right? Like, always going to be these very well-resourced like projects that I think is just impossible to compete head-on with unless you have some other kind of distribution mechanism. And so what do you do if you Uniswap, right? You are just the open permissionless thing, right? Like, I think Binance will never be able to compete with like a project that doesn't have the reach or doesn't have the connections to get to Binance. And so for us, it's kind of the same thing, right? Like, let's say Caldera or Gelato, they had actually no alternative other than to use an open framework, right? Because it's just like a very different strategy. One of my favorite kind of analogies is like Kubernetes in the like Web2 world, right? Like I would say roughly, I guess, what, 10 years ago, when the cloud became a super hot thing, right? Like it was like Amazon was like running away with it, right? Like everybody who wanted to move to the cloud was using AWS. And I think Google basically recognized that like, hey, what we should do is build a open framework that allows anybody to kind of be vendor independent, right? But hey, if you still need something, and so you might as well take the service offered by these framework developers. And so that's kind of like, I would say, our view of like how we see this industry evolve, is that it's just like, we can't all use AWS. We can't use all insert our like interop competitors. Like it has to be like open source frameworks to allow people to build these kind of businesses and not get squeezed by kind of their service provider. Good question.
Any questions? Okay.
Could you walk through how Uniswap cross-chain uses this?
So there's a few, like, so it depends a bit who you're asking at Uniswap, I would say, right? So like, right now, I believe the current way Uniswap uses cross-chain is via a cross, right? So like, I think in the Uniswap wallet, you can like, I think they're called cross-chain sends, and that primarily basically just uses like a cross and then a cross, which are intents, and then a cross intents are settled via UMA. One of the things that Uniswap is working on right now, specifically Zero Age at Uniswap, is the compact, which is basically this kind of like, I guess maybe called next generation like intent system based on resource locks. And so in this resource lock system, there are arbiters, which you can think of them as like 7683 settlement contracts. And so one of these arbiters is based on Hyperlane. Like you can look up in the GitHub repo. And so basically in that arbiter, again, it just basically says like, hey, like what happened on the destination chain, which is like the fill by the solver. And then that like allows the solver to claim from the origin chain resource lock. And so it's not, I believe, not yet in production, but that's kind of like one of the ways in which Uniswap could use such an open framework, because, right, like what the ultimate goal is to like, right, like, as Uniswap, your goal is to be like the venue for all swaps, any asset, any chain. And so by having a arbiter that is very flexible to like, yeah, different like chains, different assets, different trust assumptions, you are able to kind of gain most of the coverage without having to like reinvent like the settlement system yourself. One thing that, again, I think is a very nice benefit of like an open source framework is that, right, like if you as Uniswap, let's say, cared really about like, I don't know what like the latest hot execution environment is that people are really into, but because Hyperlane is fully open source, anybody can actually like implement Hyperlane in that other execution environment, right? Like we originally as a core team, we started implementing the EVM side because that's what we knew, but it was actually other teams who implemented Hyperlane in like Solana, in like Cosmos. I think the Fuel team is very close to like putting their Hyperlane implementation to production there. And so again, like from our perspective, like allowing these different teams to work together on the same like abstractions means that we're all winning together, right? Because like once somebody implemented Hyperlane in like a new VM, all the other VMs are now able to communicate with that.
Thank you. Any last minute question? If not, let's give Namchu a round of applause and thank you for sharing all the insightful sharing. Thank you. And for our next speaker is Nick from I'm Token Labs. And he will be talking about validation-centric design, agile and safe development for dApps, and interchangeable AA wallet for users. So that's welcome Nick to go on stage.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Nick. Today I'm going to talk about something about account abstraction, sharing some experience about our design and some problem we're running into. So my topic, the end of my topic is pretty long. It's called validation-centric design, agile and safe development for devs, and interchangeable AI wallet for users. I'll break down what this means pretty soon. Okay, so here are the parts of my talk, the agenda. First, I will briefly go through what AI is, what AI wallet is, and how the devs are building that. Next, I will go through the topic, the validation-centric design. And the third part is the challenges that comes with this design. And the last part will be the interchangeable wallets for user, what it means. Okay, so how are AI wallets built today? What is an AI wallet? So it stands for account abstraction wallet, which basically means smart contract wallet. So with a wallet, you can use multi-sig, passkey, email to authorize your transactions. You don't have to use your private key or mnemonic words to do that. You can use whatever methods you want. And next, you can pay gas fee with USDC, USDT, or other tokens, other methods like credit card. You can also do that too. Or you can even get the debt to sponsor your transaction. And the third advantage is that you can recover your wallet if your private key or your method is lost, like your email account is lost. You can still have set out a recovery mechanism in advance to save your wallet, regain the control of your wallet if you ever happen to lose the key, lose the control. And also, you can authorize the third party to perform actions on your behalf, on your wallet's behalf. Like, for example, you want do a monthly subscription to an app. You don't want to come out and use your wallet to pay for the subscription every month, every week, etc. You can have, with the AI wallet, with the smart contract wallet, you can have third party do that task, do that efforts, running the errands for you. Okay, so in this talk, when I say AI wallet, it also means that it will also be the same as smart contract wallet. When I say a wallet, it basically mean your account, user's account. Okay, how do devs build the AI wallet today? So I'll term the design as account-centric design, in the contrast to what I'm talking about today, the validation-centric design. So in account-centric design, account holds the user's asset naturally. That's very obvious. But this account also contains the complex logics like validation logic, like how you validate your transaction, how you authorize your transaction, or how you pay your transaction fees. For example, you can simply hold the ETH on you, or hold the USDC on you, or you can possibly stash your USDC on some DeFi protocol and use it to pay for the fee when you send in your transaction, etc. And you could also have your recovery logic. It could be a very complex recovery mechanism. And you also, the account is also going to be upgradable because as a devs, you know the current version is not going to be your final version. So you have to make it upgradable so you can add in new features, remove, delete old features as time goes. So also, this is optional. The account can be made modular if you're wallet devs. You probably heard of the ERC 6900 or 7579. These are very popular modular standards. So yeah, account not only holds the user's asset, but it can also contain very complex logics. And so devs will keep iterating on this same contract. For example, you could start with 0.1.0 and then keep going on to 0.2.5 and then keep going to version 1.0.0. And then one day you might reach to version 2.0 to version 2.0.0. Yeah, so that basically means that you're gonna keep upgrading on this same account. Now, I'm gonna spread some thought about upgradable contracts. So use the last August exploit on the Ronan Bridge contract as an example, which is an upgradable contract. So the Ronan Bridge contract, during its upgrade process, it defines both two functions, version 3 and version 4 initialization function. But only the version 4 initialization function was called during the upgrade. And that leads to the exploit. So If the version 3 initialization was called together with v4, nothing will happen. So it's clearly that it's an operational oversight. The devs forgot to trigger the v3 initialization. So yeah, that's true. But also, you might wonder why would there be version 3 and 4 coexist? Why do they coexist? So imagine like you're a wallet devs and your latest wallet version is version 2.00. But your user, Bob, his wallet might still be on version 0.10 or version 0.2.5. But he hasn't used it for a long time. But now, once he came back online, he has to upgrade to latest version, right? So how do you migrate his wallet safely? Are you gonna keep upgrading from all this version from 0.10 all the way up to like version 2.00? That's gonna be help a lot of risks. So now enter the main topic of this talk, the validation-centric design. So quick recap of account-centric design. In an account-centric design, account contains complex logics, validation, payment, recovery, and it's gonna be upgradable. And optionally, it could be modular, 6900, 7579. And this is also the same account that users gonna use it to hold the assets and interact with the dApps. So do the above complexities really need to be built into the same account contract? Well, we think not. So we think the better design is to move all the unnecessary complexities out of the account contract. The validation, payment, recovery, upgradability, optional features, move it all out of the account. The account that user used to hold the assets and interact with the dApps. The account contract can be and should be that simple. It just holds the assets and interact with the dApps. So what does it look like? So like here in the picture, user Alice has an account that he holds her assets and use her account to interact with the dApps she wants. And then you have, right now we call it account entry contract. It's a different standalone contract. This account entry contract will give instructions to this account contract, tell him to do this, like send money to Bob and interact to swap on Uniswap, etc. And this account entry contract can be simple or however complex you want. It can be upgradable, it can be modular, it can have recovery mechanism, you can use session key to authorize third party, you can use a different sort of authorization method to validate your transaction. Yeah, whatever, it can be simple, it can be complex. So this would be like this will compose a wallet for user, Alice wallet. But ideally, users should not be able to be aware of this account entry contract. And this is what the wallet software needs to do. He needs to hide this complexity to Alice. She doesn't need to be aware of the account entry. She only needs to recognize, she only has to know his account, where she used to hold the assets, use it to interact with the dApps. She doesn't have to know, ideally, she doesn't have to know the account country at all. So you can imagine that you can start, Alice can start with a very simple account entry contract with a security level like a brick wall. But later, maybe she wants more features, or she wants her account to be more secure. So what she can do is that she can deploy a new account entry contract with a security level like a stone wall, and you can add so many features and turn it into a Swiss knife. So once Alice wallet deploy and set up the new account entry contract, she can just send a transaction to instruct the account saying that now telling the old account entry contract will tell the account that your ownership is changed. Now you will follow orders from a new account entry contract. And then it's done. You can just simply switch from the new, from an old account entry with simple logics, simple features to a very complex one. just one transaction, and you can leave all your technical debt behind. So now I still have to clarify that validation-centric contract, what it doesn't do is that it does not save the debts from the risks associated with upgradable contract. Whenever you design your account entry contract to be an upgradable contract, you are still carrying the risks with upgradable contract. You might still be running into the same exploit like the Ronan bridge contract. But what it does is that it gives the devs the option to restart, just like the picture here shows. You can simply switch to a different account entry contract. So it gives the devs the option to restart, and in turn, this option allows the dev to iterate at a faster pace. So you can imagine that you might go live, devs, your wallet, you might go live with modular contract 6900, and later, a year later, ERC 7579, a new different modular standard came out, and you was like, oh, this 7579 looks simpler, more abstract, better, but now how do I convert my existing wallet of 6900 to a 7579? Both are very complex, completely different wallet design. Or vice versa, you want to switch from 7579 to 6900. Or you can imagine that you are going from a non-modular account to a modular one because you want more features, or vice versa, you thought the modular is too complex, you don't want that much features built in, you want it to be simple. How do you migrate, how do you change, how do you upgrade your contract from a modular one to a non-modular one? Or you can imagine you go live with this diamond proxy pattern, which is rather new upgradable proxy pattern. Diamond proxy is very modular, very flexible to an extent, but you might begin with this design and later thought that this is the diamond proxy pattern is too complex, too modular for me to handle, too hard to manage. So you want to upgrade back to the upgrade back to the old simple 1967 proxy standard maybe, or vice versa. You want to go from simple to complex. It's all gonna be very difficult if you're upgrading the same contract. So this is what I mean by safe and agile. Options to restart gives the wallet devs safety. You can restart, leaving all your technical debts behind. And the options in turn give the devs to iterate at a faster pace. And this is what I mean by the agile development. You can develop the new standard, new style, new design in the same time parallel. And once you think that's mature, you don't even have to worry about how do you migrate the old account to a new one. You just like switch to a new one without any technical debts. Okay, so there's one additional feature I want to mention that stems from the validation-centric design, which is the multi-accounts. So you can imagine Alice can have multiple accounts, account 1, 2, and 3, and one's account entry contract for her to manage all these accounts. You can imagine that, for example, Alice might say that I want to buy ETH using my account 3, and I want to pay the fee using my assets on account 1. So since they all follow the orders from account entry, and she only has this one account entry to send the transactions, so it will be completely natural to like control multiple accounts at the same time. So it doesn't you don't have to send 2 transactions to complete the steps. You can complete multiple account control in just one single transaction. Okay, so there are also some challenges come with the design. The first one is how do we pay the transaction fee? So you might wonder what's the problem. So the problem is that the user always send a transaction to this account abstraction transaction. He will send this user up the transaction to the entry point contract. And the entry point contract, you can consider it as the operating system contract for the account abstraction system. So you will send a transaction to entry point, but the entry point contract will only recognize account entry contract instead of the account contract. So obviously, the account entry contract now has to pay the fee because that's the only entity that the entry point recognizes. So how do we solve this problem? multiple solutions. Solution one, you can just directly pay from account entry if you have any assets on that. So Alice could, for the convenience, say like just put her assets on the account entry also, and save some, maybe some majority of the assets on the account contract, but leave some on the account entry to pay for the fee. This is one solution, and this will do simply. But you would probably break some user experience, deteriorate that, because ideally we don't want the user to be aware of this account entry contract, right? So solution two, you can transfer from the account, right? After all, you have all your assets on the account contract. So once the entry point asks the account entry contract to pay for the fees, the account entry can in turn ask the account contract to transfer money to him so that he can pay for the fee. But there's a catch that this transfer will violate ERC 7592. This is a bundler regulation rules for AA. All these regulations, all these rules are to prevent bundlers being DOS attacked. So right now, these violate rules, though this is like a soft rules, the bundler really doesn't have to enforce this rule actually. So you can imagine there's bundlers service that provide constant rules, like they are fine with the risk of this transfer, then they can totally accept the transaction and forward the transaction on-chain for you. So this is solution two, is very straightforward, but you also come with one downside. So right now, at Token, our solutions is to use a paymaster to bypass the restriction. So you can have the paymaster that from the fee payment for the account entry for the user, and then charge from the account afterwards, after account finish his operations. So in this case, you don't have to do the transfer from account to account entry, so that won't violate any rules, and you can also complete the flow. Yeah. Okay. Second challenge is not so critical. Is that this flow, this transaction, will not be easy to view on the Explorer. So as I mentioned, the account that user recognize is not the UniswapX sender. That means the sender of this transaction. The sender of the transaction is actually the account entry contract. So when you throw this transaction onto the Explorer, you will see, the user will see that this account entry contract is the sender, but she will probably not recognize this address. So the user cannot easily see which of his accounts are being executed. So, but this is indeed a problem. Less severe one, but still a problem. But it's also the same problem for meta transactions or for contract wallets like Safe, or for some wallet service is experimenting with child counts, sub counts. They all have the same problem that it's not easy to be viewed on the Explorer, because this is all internal operation, internal transaction, internal part of the transaction. So it's not going to be easy for them to view the transaction, to view what exactly is her accounts involved in this transaction. So that's probably a bigger problem to solve for all of us, all of the wallets as a whole. Yeah, so that's the challenges. And the last part is the interchangeable wallets for users. What does that mean? So in the world of EOA, user can just like export his private key from one wallet and just like import his private key to or Nimani word to another wallet and begin using his same account. So it's like same account, different wallets. The only difference are the wallets platform, be Chrome extension, wallet, or wallet apps, different platform and different user experience provided by the wallets. So yes, something like this, same key, same account, different wallets. User Alice can just use it, import, export the key, very smooth. That's the advantage of the EOA. But now with the account abstraction, smart contract wallet emerging, every wallet company is designing their own contracts, their own account contracts. So that means user can no longer use the same account on different wallets. It's all different accounts, different design. And you can just like import, export, import the keys. User has to create a whole new contract for a new wallet. User has to migrate everything to a new account if she or he wants to use the new wallet because maybe he finds the new wallet more convenient, more providing more features. So yeah, it's not good. Not the same account, not the same wallet. If Alice wants to like switch to use Coinbase account, she has to migrate all her assets from I'm token account to Coinbase account. That's gonna be quite a trouble. So imagine with validation-centric design, wallet companies will focus on developing their account entry contract, all the complexities. And user can just switch between different wallets by simply changing their account entry contract. You can start with token. You can point to token account entry contract, and later you find Coinbase account better, Coinbase wallet better. You can just simply switch to the Coinbase account entry contract, and maybe one day you find that you still prefer token. You can just switch it back. So this is what I mean by interchangeable wallets for users. You can just remain using the same account, holding the same asset to interact with dApps, and just simply switching between different account entry contracts, so that she doesn't ever have to like migrate his assets or completely giving up his old accounts. And yep, so that's a wrap. This is the resource, our repo. Though we are still waiting for our final audit to complete, so before we really open source that, unfortunately, but it will soon be open source. Okay, any questions?
Any questions?
Hi. Yeah. So so it means that each smart contract wallet, you will point to account entry, and this account entry will, like, for example, it can migrate to another implementation, for example, Coinbase wallet. But wouldn't that like storage collision be a problem for that?
Yeah, good question. So this is gonna be two independent contracts. So the storage is gonna be completely isolated, independent. This is Coinbase account entry. It has its own storage. Account entry. It's gonna have its own entry. So there's not gonna be a problem of storage collision.
But switching to different account entry, meaning that user will be aware of the change of the address, right?
No. So this is always the address, the account that she recognize. Ideally, she's not going to be aware of this account entry contract.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Hi. Oh. Is there a case where if you try to change your account entry, the one that you're currently on prevents you from redelegating ownership of the underlying account, or is that something that's preventable?
You mean like greedy wallet that doesn't want to let user
Yeah, they want to lock you in. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's possible because like there's no rules like how you should design your account entry. So imagine this account is like an account a contract with owner, and she only takes the order from the owners, but she has no rules or powers over how this owner transition the ownership. So yeah, I think that might be possible if a wallet wants to like trap her users in his wallets.
Yeah. So with more competition from all of these wallet companies with each other on the smart wallet accounts, do you think that's something that they would do?
Yeah, I think that's possible, but I think it's still like better than the status quo, right? Because status quo is that none of this is going to happen because the contract, the account is inherently different. So we have no choice. We don't even have the option to migrate without changing the account. That's the status quo. So with validation and central design, at least we have the option. But though it's true that we can ask the wallets not to do that, not to like trap their users there. But I think it's still better than status quo. Yeah, thank you.
Any last minute questions? We still have 6 minutes. No? If not, then let's give Nick a round of applause and thank you for sharing those content. And our next session will start at 3 o'clock. So you got 5 minutes to grab some coffee and water in the back. And quick heads up, at 3:30, we have an happy hour coming up at Building F, which is the same place you had lunch. And we provide beer and some snacks like curry rice, generously sponsored by Portals. So make sure to swing by after our next session. And our next session is also pretty interesting. It is from it's Mindy from CoSwap, and she will be sharing account abstraction won't save Web3 UX. So make sure to come back here at 3 o'clock, just after 4 minutes. Okay. Welcome back to ETH Taipei. We're going to start it. You can come back here to grab a seat if you already have some coffee already. Okay, so this is our last session before our happy hour at 3:30. So the speaker, our next speaker, will be Mindy from CoSwap, and she will be sharing account abstraction won't save Web3 UX. Let's give Mindy a round of applause and welcome her to go on stage.
Hello, hello. Cool. Hi, everybody. I'm Mindy. It's really exciting to be here in Taipei, and thanks so much to the ETH Taipei team for inviting me. I'm a user researcher at CowDAO, part of the core contribution team there. You might know us as the team behind CowSwap and a couple of other things. And I have a little bit of a spicy topic for you today. I think it maybe sounds more dramatic than the talk is actually going to be. I'm not actually going to stand here for 30 minutes and say a bunch of bad things about account abstraction. Account abstraction is actually really cool. It's really necessary. I'm really excited about it. However, I want to use account abstraction as kind of a starting point today to maybe open up a larger discussion about the trajectory of Web3 UX kind of in general. So first, let me just give a little bit of a background about account abstraction, just in case anybody here is kind of unaware. So basically, with the coming of EIP 7702, users will be EOAs will be able to delegate certain permissions to a smart contract, letting them basically handle some functionality on behalf of the wallet. And this opens up the doors to a bunch of really cool UX things, including gas abstraction, for example, letting a smart contract cover the gas for a user, some different login and recovery methods so that users aren't sort of at the mercy of their seed phrase as much, custom spending permissions so that maybe the user doesn't have to constantly do the same repetitive signature over and over, and maybe a smart contract can handle that for the wallet instead, and a bunch of other things. And these are really cool, super exciting. However, here's my problem. For a while now, account abstraction has kind of been the focus of the Web3 UX conversation. And that's kind of annoying to me, honestly. And here's why. Because Web3 as an industry has historically been an industry where techie people are building technical solutions for other techie people. And now I know, we're making a lot of progress. DApp UX is getting much better. We're onboarding more people. We have a usability track at DevCon now. That's a plus. I mean, there are definitely improvements. But I feel like the conversation around account abstraction tends to get a little bit ahead of itself. So the conversation around account abstraction tends to kind of go like this. So we have these kind of major problems that account abstraction is going to solve. And then, at some point, we're going to be able to onboard a billion users because of these changes. So it's fix these problems, yada yada yada, a billion users, and that seems a little bit fishy to me. To me, it sounds like it's one more of these kind of technological magic silver bullets that Web3 is so fond of, right? It's just one more technical development, just one more thing that we're going to work on, and then it's going to happen, and then suddenly everybody's going to adopt blockchain. And I'm here to tell you that that's not true. Account abstraction is a really important step, but it's not enough. Without a deeper underlying understanding of how to build for non-technical people, Web3 is still not going to reach its full potential. And not just building for non-technical people, but building for them in such a way that Web3 is useful for them and easy for them to use, but not abstracting away so much complexity that they are disempowered the way that they are now on Web 2, that they're not able to control and make their own informed decisions the way that Web 2 has kind of made things now. So what I want to do in this talk is I want to address this conversation. I want to sort of present a few criticisms, and then I also want to, at the end, kind of give some recommendations and some tips and some tricks for things that you can do as a dApp builder, if you are a dApp builder, to improve the UX of what you're building without having to, kind of wait and hope for some technical solution that is going to make everything better. So let's start off. Let's say that it happened. Account abstraction happened and 1 billion users onboarded. Wow, we have 1 billion users now. Now what? Is your dApp ready for 1 billion users? Are you ready to educate all of those users? To tell them about potential edge cases? To educate them about the risks that they could face? Are you ready for 1 billion users to see that one weird kind of hacked together solution that you had to put together at the last minute because the deadline was coming and you had to ship the feature, and so normally it works okay, but every now and then kind of it gets wonky. Are you really ready for 1 billion people to see that? Do you have customer support that can handle 1 billion people? And don't say Discord. I swear to God, if you say Discord, a Discord server can hold a maximum of 500,000 people. Not 1 million, certainly not 1 billion. And speaking of Discord, we are an industry where this is the UI that people have to use to get help. This is where people have to go if they want to get help in this industry, if they want to learn more about the industry. First of all, I know it seems really super usable to you guys. It's not. To most people. And spoiler alert, it's full of scammers. The place where people have to go to learn about things in the space is full of scammers who are just waiting to exploit newbies who come into the space. This is where people have to go if they want to check the details of their transactions. The UI of the dApp can be fine, but then if you want to go look at the transaction, this is what you have to deal with. MEV is still a huge problem, especially on mainnet. People lose millions of dollars to MEV every year. And even really sophisticated users still get burned by the terrible UX in some areas of Web3. I mean, look at the I'm sure very sophisticated, educated people who were handling the safe accounts on behalf of Bybit. They lost over $1 billion because of this one single parameter here, this itty-bitty tiny baby parameter in the UI that is easy to overlook and not easily human readable. So these are all UX issues with account abstraction, UX issues that account abstraction is not going to be able to solve, that are out there in the wider ecosystem that we also need to be talking about. My next point, this focus on account abstraction tends to put the onus for solving Web3 UX problems on the wallet builders. First of all, I don't think this is fair to wallet builders. If you're a wallet builder, you can tell me later if you feel like you really are, enjoying the responsibility of having to onboard 1 billion people, that's all on your shoulders. Couldn't be me. I think that we should all feel responsible, not just wallet builders. Number two, wallets are not the reason why people onboard to Web3. People aren't excited about making a non-custodial wallet. They're excited about contributing to a DAO, about buying a meme token. They're excited about using Gnosis Pay, playing a Web3 game, using some dApp. And the dApp UX is just as important as the wallet UX. The wallet onboarding process can be great, it can be super, super amazing, but then if the dApp that the user wants to use sucks, or if the next thing that they use sucks, or the third thing that the user sucks, that's still going to make or break their relationship with Web3 as a whole. For example, let's look at Polymarket. Polymarket has a really great, nice UI. You onboard to Polymarket, as a newbie user. You get an abstracted wallet. Great, everything's fine, super cool. But then let's say that you want to go look at this new shiny Web3 wallet that you have. Maybe there's something to this blockchain thing after all. So you click the link to go check out your wallet, maybe look at your transactions, see what it looks like. Guys, this is what it looks like on the right. You have to go from this really nice Polymarket UI to this Polyscan UI here, which is barely readable by human beings, and does not entice people to onboard to Web3 or to stay into Web3. Sorry. My next point is that account abstraction doesn't absolve us of having to explain complex things to the users, right? I think there's this kind of excitement about like, oh yeah, things are going to be abstracted and like then people don't have to deal with complexity anymore. That's not true. Just a couple of examples for example, of functionality that account abstraction is going to be able to offer. I heard one example. Let's say that you'll be able to set up with your wallet, you'll be able to set up a custom permission where if you die and your wallet doesn't transact for a whole year, after that your funds will automatically be sent to your friends or family, and so then that's something that you don't have to worry about theoretically. But you still have to like explain to the user why they need to set that up, why that's important. You still have to explain to that person's friends and family how they're going to get those funds. It doesn't remove all the complexity and all the need to explain certain things to educate users. Another example, gas abstraction. You can abstract away the gas and say like, okay, the smart contract is going to handle the gas for you. Like you don't need to think about it as a user. But then, if the network is busy, if gas is really high, you still have to tell the user why their transaction is taking a long time. You still have to tell them why they're not maybe going to get back as many tokens as they expected to get, because gas is high and okay, we abstracted away, you're not paying the gas, but actually we're paying the gas and, under the hood. So like there are always going to be complex things that we still have to explain to users. And that requires us as an industry to get better at explaining hard things. And that's something that we don't want to do. We haven't historically wanted to do it. We still don't really want to do it. Most dApps just kind of expect people to know things. They expect people to go and do their own research. Or like I said, they just expect that like, yeah, eventually everything's going to be abstracted away. It's going to be cool. And like, then we don't have to kind of deal with the fact that there are some fundamental differences between Web 2 and Web 3, and people need to be educated about those. So what now? Thanks to account abstraction, we are getting rid of some of the barriers, lowering some barriers to mass adoption. However, now is the time for us as builders, as dApp builders specifically, to really take on the responsibility of learning how to strike that balance, of abstracting away certain things that are really technically complex that users don't need to know about, but actually giving them some complex information that they might need to know about. And we have to be ready to accommodate a wider range of knowledge levels, of backgrounds and mental models if we really want to onboard a billion people like we say we do. So first, a couple of recommendations to the industry. The first one is really obvious. I think we need to hire more UX people. UX designers, UX researchers. Web 2 has so many UX people, big Web 2 companies, small Web 2 companies, they have so many UX people and they have it down to such a science. It's not just like, okay, yeah, the button should be here, yeah, here's what color the button should be. They have it down to like how to manipulate people, how to prompt people to choose make the selection that they want you to choose, how to word things so that people believe what you want them to believe. And a lot of times they've used that power for evil. They've used that power to addict people, to trick people into giving away their data. And I think it's time for Web 3 to really take that power into our own hands and use it for good. Now, if you need like a business reason for this, you can look it up. UX research has a really high ROI. It makes sure that you're building the right thing from the very beginning so you don't make a bunch of mistakes and you don't waste a bunch of money and a bunch of time. And if you don't have the funds to hire someone in-house, there are Web3 focused freelancers. There are agencies you can work with, heck, you can even like just email me and I will find somebody who can do UX work for you. Like, it's not that hard. Another thing is I think that we should collaborate on UI standards for Web3. It's really interesting, as an industry, Web3 is possibly the most collaborative industry that has ever existed on the technical side. You know, you have product teams that are on one level competitors, but at the same time are still working together on EIPs, on interoperability to you know, really be collaborative and ensure that things progress forward in a way that's good for everybody. And I think that we should have that on the UI side too, because all of us who are designing dApps, who are working on Web3 UIs, we're all in the same boat. We're all dealing with the same issues. We're all dealing with, like, you know, users don't want to read. Users don't want to, you know, they want to click through all the steps in the flow really quickly so they can get their transaction done as fast as possible. But then they blame the dApp, you know, if something goes wrong because they didn't read the details of their transaction. And by the way, I know you all do the same thing. I know you don't read the details of your transactions either, you know. So many times I'll be doing research with somebody who's like, you know, a really sophisticated person, a really sophisticated user, really technologically knowledgeable, and they'll be testing the dApp, and they'll just be like, yeah, I'm clicking through all this, you know. I should probably be reading it, but I'm not gonna. You know, that's what we're designing around. It's like all these, everybody's dealing with these same issues, these really human user behaviors. So I think that we should work together to find the best ways to design for those. Now, right now, Web3 is in a place where we can pretty much say, yeah, it works, most of the time. You know, the transaction normally works this way, as long as, you know, the right tokens are being used, and as long as gas is not too high, and as long as, you know, 5 different services are responding properly, and, you know, and then, oh, well, if there's a native token involved, then things get a little bit weird because, you know, native tokens, they behave differently from ERC20 tokens. And by the way, do you ever feel bad for native tokens? Because, like, they're outnumbered on their own chain. As like they were first, actually, like they're the native token of the chain, but like, you know, they're considered to be the odd one out. Anyway, just something I think about sometimes. But I think that, anyway, we should collaborate on UI standards for Web3. And then some recommendations for what you can do as a dApp builder or a dApp designer to improve the UX of whatever you're working on right now without waiting for, you know, some technological improvement. Most of my examples are going to be from DEXs because that's mostly what I work on. Not trying to shill, just you know, writing what I know. So the first thing is, I was thinking about how we make UX decisions on the core team at CowDAO. And I realized that we have a lot of UX discussions. Like whenever we're coming up with a new feature or, you know, a new product, we really discuss a lot about what we want the UX to be like. And it usually boils down to a couple of different questions. The first is, what does the user want to do here? So what is the user's, the thing they want to accomplish? What's their goal? And what do they need in order to make this decision or to accomplish this goal? So this is where we kind of pare down the UI and only really show what the user needs to see. So like if it's, you know, if it's a swap, they need to see like how much they're paying and how much they're getting, right? Like the most basic things. But then the second question is, what does the user deserve? And this is where we start to add more things back into the UI. So, you know, if it's a swap, maybe they need to know some risks potentially that they're taking. Maybe they need to know what some potential edge cases are. Maybe they need some links to, you know, to the contract or to the token to kind of get more information and like make sure they're making the right decision. What kind of information should we be showing to the user that they really deserve to see before they make this transaction? One way to do this is progressive disclosure, especially if you want to know how to like add those deserve elements into the UI. So this is a pattern where basically first you show, as I said, you show the user in the first step or on the first page what they need to see, really, the basics. And then maybe on the next pages or on some secondary pages or in the next step of the flow, you show them secondary actions, secondary information that they might need to see, more advanced information that maybe they didn't need to think about in the first step. And that way they kind of don't get overloaded from the very beginning. So one good example of this is on a DEX, for example. At the very bottom here, right above the swap button, you'll see the total amount that you're going to be paying for this transaction in terms of like fees and gas. But then, if the user wants, they can open up that drop down and see more details of this, right? This is a good example of progressive disclosure. Another example, also on DEXs, where at first you just see kind of the information that you really need to do the swap, but then on the confirmation screen, the second step, you see more detailed information, and then you also see maybe like a secondary action, like if you want to send the tokens to a different wallet. Another is to explain what's happening to users, because users actually don't want everything to be abstracted away. So this is an example from an old version of CalSwap, where as the swap was happening, the user would see a progress bar that would kind of slowly fill, and then if there was a problem, like in this example you see here, the limit price is out of market, then it would tell the user that there was an error. Users didn't like this, and as I was doing research to kind of understand why they didn't like it, I realized that it wasn't that it didn't give enough information, because it did, but it was too abstract. It was abstracted away. It didn't accurately reflect how CalSwap works under the hood, and users could tell that. Users were like, this doesn't seem real to me. This seems fake. It seems like there's something else going on that this UI is not telling me about. And they were right. So we tried a bunch of different things, and what we came up with was kind of a step-by-step model instead. So now if you do a trade on CalSwap, you see step 1, step 2, step 3, and then kind of the confirmation at the end. And the steps here are actually 100% accurate. They are all tied to the actual status of the order in our backend. And we wanted to make sure that this wasn't too technical for users, that it was accurate but not too technical. So what we did was, we made it pretty simple. The text for each step is a maximum of 1 or 2 sentences. We didn't write a bunch of technical language here. We used words that people are familiar with. Batch, everybody knows what a batch is. Competition, people know what a competition is. The winner, people know what that is. And so when users saw that, they liked it. They liked it a lot more. In fact, even users who hadn't used CalSwap before ended up really liking this. And the reason was not because they understood a bunch of technical things about what CalSwap was doing in the back end, but it was just because they saw the information that they needed to see. They went away with, I know what's happening to my order. I know what's going to happen next. I know where I can click if I want to go get more technical information about what's happening. And I know that CalSwap is doing something here, and maybe I don't need to know all the details about it, but I know why my order is taking maybe a long time, because I know what's happening to it, and that's enough, And this is an example of how non-technical doesn't have to mean not complex, or super basic, or super abstracted away because people just won't be able to understand. Just a couple other things that you can keep in mind. Understand who your target user is and what their mental model is. Like I said, for our users, we don't expect users to know a lot of technical things. So we use concepts they're already familiar with: batching, competition. Facebook, when they first launched, they were using the directory model, right? They made it look like a physical directory because that was something people were familiar with. So whatever your users are already kind of familiar with, think about that and design with that in mind. Provide pathways for people to dig deeper. They can click and get a learn more, get an information and information icon, and go learn more technical information if they want to. Tell the user how to fix a problem. I was recently using a competitor DEX, not going to say who, and there was an error because it said the route couldn't be found for my trade, and the error message was route could not be found. Please use a different sell token or buy token. That's not really helpful because, it's like I came to this DEX to buy this new meme coin, but while I'm here, I guess I'll just buy some ETH or something. That's not a realistic scenario, right? So if you're going to provide, an error message, tell the user what's happening, tell them how to fix it, if it's possible, give them a link to where they can go, like in this example, to go fix it. Tell them, where to go to let you know about this error if there's really nothing they can do about it in that moment, so at least they feel like they've been able to do something. And if there's really nothing they can do, just be honest. And just tell them we're working on it, guys, sorry. Don't lie to them. Learn what your users' main questions are and try to preemptively answer those in the UI if you can. So, we had a lot of questions around around limit orders, specifically around, where is the price coming from for this limit order? And how do I know when my limit order is going to execute? And so we put that information right there in the UI so people can see it. And we tested these messages to make sure that they were pretty understandable by most people. Sometimes you might want to be opinionated with your dApp, but you need to explain to users why. What I mean by opinionated is, if you think about Web 2, for example, a lot of times the apps will make decisions for you, so that you as a user are kind of not overloaded by decisions. So if you think about TikTok, for example, you can't decide what's on your For You page, right? The app is making that decision for you. Sometimes that's good, but sometimes it limits users' freedom. So you want to be careful about that. If you are making decisions making decisions for the user or changing something for the user on their behalf, you want to let them know about that. You want to give them the option to change it. For example, here on CowSwap, sometimes we have a dynamic slippage setting where for certain token pairs, maybe if there's a lot of volatility, the slippage will kind of automatically be algorithmically adjusted to make sure that that transaction is likely to go through. But we tell the user about that and we give them the option to change it if they want. Don't assume that users know a lot of things. Give them plenty of information, give them plenty of explainers, information icons, links to different official pages if necessary, to contracts so they can check them out, verify them for themselves. Information about edge cases or about maybe when a different action would actually be better for them. And just tell people what your dApp does and why they should use it. A lot of times we neglect this in Web3, and then people are like, why should I use this dApp? Because you didn't actually put that in your UI, that's why. Provide help, provide FAQ, but don't validate your FAQ with the users. Make sure that the questions in your FAQ are questions that actual users ask, not just questions that you would ask. Sorry, I was supposed to skip this slide. Most importantly, talk to your users. It's, like I said, it's not that hard. And you can do this in a lot of different ways that people don't think about. So, you can test your dApp, obviously. If you don't have a dApp, you can test a prototype of your dApp. If you don't have a prototype, you can test a competitor dApp. If you're building something right now, you know what your competitors are going to be. Go test that dApp with users. You can test your dev docs to make sure that that it's understandable by other devs who might want to work on your protocol. A couple of tools you can use for this. If you want to DIY it, you can just use Typeform, Google Forms. Send out a survey to your Discord, get people to sign up for research, etc. I really like DSpark on the left here. DSpark is a Web3 focused platform. They recruit Web3 users for you. They handle the signing them up and handling the payouts for them for their compensation, everything like that. It's super useful. I really recommend that you use it. Here are a couple of resources for unmoderated testing of dApps. If you don't want to sit and do the test individually yourself, you just set up the test questions and then the app will walk the user through the test. And then it's always nice as well, obviously, to have a place that's not Discord, where people can go and leave feedback for your dApp or get some help if they need it. So that's my talk. Thank you. And I have QR codes here on the left if you want to access these slides. And on the right is a Web3 UX Research 101 explainer and resource document made by my friend Christina at SAFE. It's really useful, and I think that you should check it out. That's it.
Thank you so much, Mindy. So this is the end of the afternoon session before the happy hour. So right now, we have free beer, free curry rice, free fried pork sandwich serving at Building F. So go swing by, grab a bite, and mingle there. And make sure to come back at 4:30. There's more and more great speakers will have a lot of sharing start from 4:30. So see you later, guys. Go to Building F, beers, curry rice, and also sandwich, delicious sandwich.
All right, good afternoon. Please have a seat. Guys, good afternoon. Have a seat. All right, did you guys have a good curry treat? Did you got a chance to get it? Okay, you got it. Okay, thank God. Yeah, rumor has it tomorrow we will increase the amount of curry for the afternoon treat. So if you didn't get it, yeah, tomorrow there's another chance. And it's actually, yeah, I want to talk about this because it's not just average conference snack. We personally, it's personally picked by one of our ETH Taipei crew member, and who is I think he's kind of like the richest and most pickiest foodie in our team. So he picked that curry. It's really, really good. So it's not just average snack you see in conference normally. So tomorrow, don't miss the chance. Okay, so the next up, we're gonna have a set of talks, kind of like dive in or like a little bit geeky. So the first one is a super technical but super useful topic that for devs and auditors alike, control flow graphs. So you usually build this from source code, but what if you have it in bytecode, and what if things don't match? So this talk will show us how reconstructing control flow graphs directly from EVM bytecode can be faster, better, and stronger. So let's give it up for Maxime Andre from EM Row. EV more, sorry.
So hi everyone, my name is Maxim Andreev. I'm a software developer. I write in different languages, and you can find me by handle cdump in GitHub, XCOM, and Telegram. So in today's talk, I'm gonna tell you about control flow graph. I will overview existing tools which can help you deconstruct to get control flow graph from EVM bytecode. Then I will describe the algorithm which I developed to benchmark this tool. After that, I will present you my new unique algorithm which outperforms all existing solutions in terms of speed and accuracy. And finally, I will talk about my open source EVMOL library, where I implemented these algorithms and some other useful algorithms to analyze EVM bytecode. So let's start. Here is a basic contract source code. It's Solidity. It's like a simple token with only transfer function. And all examples in my presentation will be based on this program, on this contract. So if we compile this with Solidity compiler and ask to output the binary runtime bytecode, this is exactly binary part of runtime bytecode, which is deployed inside the blockchain. So this is what's stored inside blockchain when you interact with the contract. And as you can see, it's just a number of bytes, and let's start to try to analyze it. The first part we can do is just disassemble it, because as we know, EVM is just stack-based virtual machine, and it executes opcodes one by one. And by reading the specification, we know that if we see the bytes like 60, 80, it corresponds to push one 80 operation, and if we see bytecode byte 52, then it's mstore. It's one-to-one mapping. It's all in the EVM specification. Next part, we can define a basic block. This is the definition which I use. The basic block, you can read it here, but in other words, it's the part of the bytecode, part of the contract program, where execution only goes forward. So if you start executing the first opcode of this basic block, then you definitely will finish execute the last operation of this basic block. Of course, if you are not running out of gas. Using this definition, we can split the previous bytecode to these blocks. Like if we see jump, conditional jump, then it's by definition start of new block. Then we have some instructions, again conditional jump, start of new block. Here we see revert. So again, by definition, we can start a new block and so on. These basic blocks is very common in the program analysis. So it's usually the first time of every analysis based on the bytecode, because it's these basic blocks by definition are very easy and the control flow cannot get out of this basic block. If we take a graph of these basic blocks connected of the first program, from the first slide, we can see this one. And if we zoom some part of it, we can see some blocks which we can read. As you can already remember, the first instruction is usually push 180, and on the 11 offset, we have conditional jump, and we can take a false branch or the true branch, and so on. Same thing for the conditional jumps, and we can have non-conditional jump where the destination is on the stack. So here we can have only one edge. Here I mark revert blocks by red, but it's no matter, doesn't matter. So there are some existing tools which can help you build this control flow graph from the bytecode, which is the sum of them: EtherSolve, EVM CVG, SEVM. It's written in Java, Rust, JavaScript or TypeScript, and Python. But what's the problem? Here's the slide from my previous talk at ETH7, where I presented my EVML library. The talk was about function selectors and arguments from the bytecode. And here we have exactly the same problem. We have some tools, but how accurate are they? Which one is the best? We don't know. Like we have some tool like black box, and no, it's not black box, it's open source, but we don't know how accurate are they. So I think it's the first part which we need to solve. So here is my proposed benchmark algorithm. The first one, we need to construct basic blocks by definition from the previous slides. Nothing new here. And after that, we can filter out definitely unreachable block. Because some compilers can generate that code. As you know, in the end of the bytecode, there's some metadata inside the contract. So using this technique, we can find block which is definitely cannot be reached, because in the EVM virtual machine, by definition, you cannot jump to any arbitrary location inside the contract. You can jump only to the destination which opcode is a jump dest. So using this technique, we can do it. After that, we can get definition to the two sets. The first one is the set of all basic blocks after initial partitioning on algorithm from the previous slide. And the second set, we run some tool on the same bytecode and get another set of blocks which is reachable from the start of the contract based on the output of some algorithm. And using these two sets, we can get two useful metrics like false positives and false negatives. The first one is the blocks that algorithm claims reachable, but it's definitely not reachable by our analysis. And the false negatives, it's valid blocks. It's not marked but reachable by the algorithm. But as I said, some compilers, especially older versions of Solidity compiler, or if you run modern version without enough optimization runs, or some older Viper compilers, may include that code. So it's not good, but anyway, I assume that the fewer false negative, if we compare different algorithms, usually indicates more precise analysis. And based on this algorithm, I benchmark every tool I mentioned before and get these results. Here, false positive is 0, which is good, but false negatives dramatically differs. For example, the worst one is EVM CVG Builder. It's like 80% of false negatives. And here you can see in the first column is EVMO. This is open source library where I implement the algorithm, which I will describe on the next slides. You can see it's not only outperforms in terms of false negatives, it's 3% of false negatives compared to the second place is 6.3%. But also the execution times is the lowest. It's only 34 seconds. These benchmarks were performed on the largest 1K dataset, which I obtained I download all verified contracts, get top 1K based on the size, and assume that if the size of the contract is the biggest, then probably it's the most difficult one because they have a lot of logic inside and so on. Let's now dig into the algorithm which I implemented. Here this is the three basic blocks, and you can see that in this case we can directly see the jump destination. Here is the conditional jump. For the false branch, we just, it's next instruction, like we have 0B, now we jump to 0C on the false branch. And for the true branch, the jump destination must be on stack for conditional jump, and it's pushed one instruction before. So it's trivial to analyze things like this, and every tool which I checked can solve this without problems, this trivial case. But what if we have some basic block like this? Jump dest, swap, swap, pop, jump. We don't know the jump destination. It's pushed on the stack maybe 10 blocks ago, maybe even in the start of the program. So this analysis is not trivial, and this is the part where my algorithm outperforms existing tools. So let's start with the description. The first part is the stack analysis. As you can know, EVM is a stack-based machine, and every byte code, every opcode interacts with stack, memory, storage, and here we'll take a look into the stack. I introduce three types of stack values, like symbolic stacks, like before n, it's an nth element of the parent stack. So on the input of each block, we can represent the stack as before 0, before 1, before 2, before 3, and stack grows up. Jump dest, if we find offset to the valid jump dest destination, and the other, it's a result from the other opcode, because every opcode, like it's call opcode or mstore opcode, somehow interact with stack, but we are not interested in this during this analysis, so we just mark that some element from the stack, on the stack. So on the input we have this symbolic stack, we execute basic block and got some another stack state. So here's an example. Here's stack on the input, here's the basic block, and we can execute it extraction by instruction, like swap2, we just swap two values, this one with 0, 1, 2, with 2. So stack looks like this after swap2, after swap 1 like this, after pop like this, and after jump like this. So here we can see that the jump destination, so it's before 2. So let's perform same analysis for each block, each basic block inside the program. So here basic block and corresponding stack. And now we can collapse some stacks. For example, we have some block inside here, and we know it jumps to before 7. And we want to know to which location it's really jumped. And we know stack states for each parents of this block, and we can collapse this and this to this. No, because we just take other to other before 0 becomes 0. It's a top location of the parent stack before 2, and then we just copy the values of the parent stack. And same thing for this. So this branch can be collapsed to this in terms of the state of stack, like modification of the stack after execution of this block. So here we can see these blocks jumps to some value which is before true, and the parent state of the stack state of the parent is like this. So before 2, 0, 1, 2, so it really jumps to before 1. We see that before 1 is unknown to us, so we need to go up, see the parent of this stack to know the exact location of the jump. So the algorithm looks very simple. We can recursively explore all parent paths until we find jump des location, repeat until we know all unknown jump destination, and we solve it. So here's implementation of this algorithm. It's in Rust, it's simplified a little, but the main part is we iterate of the parents of the current location, and we analyze the stack state. If it's other, we do nothing. If it's jump dest, we finally find the jump location, and if it's before, then we need to recursively call itself with new path and analyze all parents. Here's the main functions, like resolve this parent, it's which I described 4 slides earlier before the collapsing of the state of the blocks. Get stack, it's just getting nth element of the stack, and get parents, we have like hash map of all parents of. But we can see cycles, and that's the tricky part, because a node can be visited multiple times, and unlike if you know graph traversal algorithms, usually you use hash set to visit every node only once, but we cannot do it here because valid destination, valid path of execution of the contract can visit each node multiple times. So we cannot use this approach. And here I introduce like intermediate states, how I call it. What I use, we have a jump destination which we are looking for. Like we are trying to resolve jump destination for current block. We know it just jumps to like before 3, and we know its parent collapsed parent stack. And I said that if we hit this node again and with the same state of the parent and the same stake sim, then we just trying to repeat ourselves, and we can break early this path. So the code before, we need to just modify it, like only proceed this if state jump is unique, like new. And also another precaution, limit the number of operations during analysis for additional safety. Like if for some reason my algorithm is not working, we don't want to spend infinity time, so I limit, like, I don't remember, maybe 500,000 operations or maybe less, but it affects only free contracts of all mainnet contracts. And by the way, all mainnet contracts, it's about 1.5 million was analyzed in 30 minutes on 24 CPU cores. So this algorithm works very well and failed only in small number of contracts. And of course, sometimes I cannot find the true location of the stack, of the jump. So I, not saying that it's some random value, just using option of your site, so it can be none or null if you prefer JavaScript. And then this is how analysis results looks like. If it's jump, I output the jump destination. If it's conditional jump, I output the true and the false location. And if it's dynamic jump, then the destination of the jump based on the path we took to get into this node. And what makes this algorithm unique? At first, it's a bottom-up traversal because some algorithms which I reviewed before take another approach and goes from top to bottom. These algorithms avoids path explosion because it significantly reduces the complexity and it identifies loops without false positive using these intermediate states. And as I said, it's all implemented in EVML library. It's a Rust and JavaScript and Python library, so you can use it from the language which you prefer. It's open source on GitHub/cdump/evml. And few words about this library. It has online demo at evml.xyz. So besides the control flow reconstruction, it can also extract selectors of the contract, the arguments of the function, the state mutability, the storage, like this function reads storage at 0 slot, and the type of this storage is mapping from address to unsigned integer. It also can disassemble, identify basic blocks, and build control graph, which is you can interact with it with your mouse. So it's evml.xyz. And that's all. This is a link to the library. This is a link to the source code, and this QR is pointing to one of these things. I don't remember which one. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we got some time for questions. Anyone has questions? Yeah.
So how would the EVM object format affect your algorithm? So how would the work on the EVM object format?
It's not supported yet. I took a look into it. It's quite simple as first look to add it, but I postponed it just in case. Maybe it will be released. I will implement it, but it's not the case. Like, it's trivial to add.
Thanks for the question. Any other questions? Hey. Sorry.
Some like 333 contracts that were affected by your limitation on the number of analysis steps. Do you remember if there was any like widely used contract among those, or not? Because
I don't remember exactly, but I took a look at some of these contracts, and some were written in assembly, so it's not output of the compiler, and some I don't know how it's produced. It's very strange contracts. So at first I tried to fix it. Probably it's a bug inside my library, but after I performed the benchmark on the whole mainnet, I found it's only like few hundreds of contracts on the whole network, so it's better just to ignore it. It's fine. Very small number.
One last question. Okay, so that was a deep dive. I think it's the first time I saw so many bytecode in the conference talk. So thanks again to Maxine from EV Mall. All right, shifting gears, and up next, as we know, ZK Sync team has been battling ZK bugs in the wild. And so the next talk would walk us through real-world examples of vulnerabilities found in ZK verifiers and the lessons they learned from fixing them. So give it up to Razor.
Hello. How are you guys doing? Are you enjoying the sessions? In my session, I would love to talk about ZK and security. So we'll keep this session a little more interactive. So I just want to know how many of you guys are directly or indirectly involved into security, or have previously or currently working with a proving system or something like that? Anyone? That's great. There are some people. It's good to know. All right. So the ZK verifiers. The security of ZK verifiers is a very less explored topic right now because there are different implementations. Like protocols have their own version of implementations, which I think are secure based on understanding research papers or having their own understanding of the design or the construct, right? But in that case, there are, like, these implementations tend to suppose different bugs, different implementation bugs, right? So these bugs, which I'm going to explain, are coming from my practical experience of working with different zero-knowledge protocols and auditing or reviewing their verifiers and the proving systems, right? So in the past, I worked and audited the Linus verifier, and right now I'm working at ZK-Sync. So I'm getting the chance to work with the ZK-Sync's proving system and the verifiers, right? Cool. A quick introduction. Who am I? Pretty weird name. It's called as Tejeshwar Sogi. Please do not pronounce it. You can just call me Razor. It's super simple and right. Who am I? I'm a security engineer and researcher at ZK-Sync. My roles and responsibilities involve working around anything and everything in security, like conducting audits for the code base, researching about new attack vectors or the current existing schemes or new constructs, helping the team build some tools or something like that, right? Yeah, love cats. You will see that. Okay, so we'll explore practical bugs or the real life bugs that may exist while constructing these kind of verifiers, right? So I tried to generalize these bugs around stocks. These could be anywhere, like these are not limited to just snarks or just stocks. These are pretty generalized and totally depends upon how you take these and implement them, right? So let's talk about the starting point, right? For the proving system like Plonk, right? You must have heard about the Plonkish proving system, right? So they require something called as trusted setup. So what is a trusted setup? Basically, those who don't know, it's just like a step where you find a random element in a field, right? You raise some powers of it, right? Here you can see a tau, right? It's called as tau. It's a random field element that we find, of course, belonging to the field. We raise some powers of it, right? Tau 1, 2, 3. Now you might ask like why we are raising the powers and how many powers we are supposed to raise, right? That totally depends upon the polynomial we want to work with or the witness we want to satisfy with the polynomial, right? So every polynomial may require a different set of the powers of tau, right? Here you can see like g raised to tau. So g is nothing like just a generator, right? So we are encoding the powers of tau with the generator, right? Now, tau raised to 2, and so on, right? So this depends upon the polynomial, as we talked about. Different polynomial, different requirement for the powers of tau, right? And now what is the need of these powers of tau, right? So when a prover wants to commit to a polynomial, right? So how you commit to a polynomial? Let's assume like this phi of x is a polynomial, which can be represented as in the form of coefficients, the summation of the product of coefficients and the variable raised to exponents, right? That's basic algebra, right? Basic maths. That's how a polynomial looks like. So if a prover wants to commit to this polynomial, he or she just want to raise or just want to evaluate the polynomial at tau, right? Now the basic requirement of this string, we call it SRS, structure reference string, the powers of tau. The basic requirement or the utmost requirement of the powers of tau, that after raising the powers or after finding the powers, you're supposed to delete tau. You're supposed to like waste or discard tau. That's why it's called as toxic waste. Why? We'll come to that point, right? So let's consider first that we have discarded tau, right? So if we have to commit to this polynomial, again, back to the basic maths, how you will find g raised to phi of tau. It's simple. Now we don't have tau, right? But we do have the powers of tau, right? So what we'll do, we'll again do the same math, like because phi of 0, tau of 1, tau of 0, phi 1, tau 1, phi 2, tau 2, depends upon the degree of polynomial. Let's say you have a polynomial of degree 2, right? So just feed in all the values here. Phi 0, tau 0, we calculated. Phi 1, tau 1, we raised the power of tau, tau 1 we have. Similarly, other terms we have. So without having the knowledge of tau, we can still compute this term, which is exactly what we needed, right? So we can say we can commit to a polynomial without even knowing what is tau. Now, imagine if we do not discard tau and the attacker gets the excess of this tau, right? What he or she can do, without even knowing the polynomial, or for any different polynomial, right? Okay, now let's try to go back. Like, okay, we calculated these strings, right? So let's say in the start we knew that our polynomial was of degree 2. So we calculated the powers raised to 2, tau raised to 2. And after that, we discarded tau. Why? Because we can commit to the polynomial by just having the knowledge of tau, right? Powers of tau, right? Now imagine the attacker gets access to tau, right? Now, does he or she need the powers of tau? Definitely not. What if it's a degree 3 polynomial, right? The attacker knows tau. He or she can directly go ahead and raise the power of tau to 3, right? Before that, was it possible? No, right? Because nobody knows tau. So you cannot raise the power of tau raised to 3, because if your polynomial changes, if you try to forge the proofs, if you try to trick the system, you cannot, because you don't have the knowledge of tau. So from all this conversation, we can conclude that tau is the most important thing. And once you are done with the powers of tau, you're supposed to delete it, discard it. Now imagine the tau, the powers of tau was calculated or computed was by one single entity, right? That creates like issues of trust, right? Because you're dependent on a single entity to be responsible of discarding the tau. It does not, there are chances of the tau getting leaked or being used for malicious activities. So what's the solution? What if these powers of tau are being calculated in an MPC fashion? Now, what is MPC? Multi-party computation, right? Like 5 of us are calculating the powers of tau, right? So with that, even if one of the 5 people remains like a good actor, you cannot cheat the system, right? Because you need all of the 5 people going rogue to cheat or trick the system, right? So with that, what we concluded, single party SRS, no. What do you want? MPC, good, right? Cool. Another cool thing is static calls, right? We all know about static calls, right? Pretty basic thing in the EVM structure, right? So when we write verifiers, right, we usually write them in YUL. Why YUL? To save computation costs, because we know Salty keeps or maintains many housekeeping opcodes, right? Like many security checks are placed in by default, right? So if you are 100% sure what you are doing, you can just write it in YUL and place the required checks based on your need, right? So most of the verifiers, or all the verifiers, are usually written in YUL to save gas cost or computation cost. So a simple static call looks like this. The first parameter is gas, the address, and the argument and the return offsets, right? A simple structure. What is 8? 8 is the address of the precompile, EC pairing, right? Everyone knows about the precompiles, right? We have a certain set of precompiles, efficient computation. So address 8 is a precompile called as EC pairing, right? So for the EC pairing, we require certain kind of parameters, right, to pass in. A simple structure of that EC pairing computation looks like this, right? Storing all the values at a specific offsets in the memory, and then calling the static call with all the memory offsets, the complete region of memory, and just wanted to check the result, right? Okay, going back, yes. If I do my static call like this, what is the issue? Can anyone guess? If I just want to keep my static call like this, you just saw the next slide, you might have guessed it already. Basically, static call provides a return status, right? that whether the call was successful or not, right? If we are not checking the return status of static call, it may happen the static call was failed, right? But since you're progressing in your code and you're not checking the return status, it can happen that the result of this static call was false or invalid or failure or anything, but you still consider this as valid, right? And moved ahead in your code, right? Imagine the result of EC pairing, right? Imagine the most important part of the verifier, EC pairing, failed, right? But it still proceeded because you're not checking the return status. Okay, so what we can do now? Any guesses what we have to do to improve this? Come on, now you can say that. Of course, check the return status, right? So now we can check the return status and now it's fine, right? Any guesses? Is it fine now? We did what you said. No, basically, because we are just checking the return status of the call, right? The return status can be true, but the pairing can fail, right? What we are checking here is the status of the call, whether the call was successful or not. Are we checking the result of the pairing? No. So even if we are checking the return status of the static call, the pairing is still failing. So what we have to do, we have to check the yielded value from the pairing, right? So the first thing we do, we will check whether the call was successful. If yes, even if the call was successful, now we have to check what is the yielded result of the pairing, because the pairing could have resulted false, right? The call was successful, the pairing result could have been false as well, right? Now we have to check both the status yields true, right? Now we can consider that the static call are working fine or the implementation is fine. Now imagine you're making a verifier like this and you miss these checks, right? Right? What an attacker can do? An attacker can pass any arbitrary data or the final pairings, right? For the final opening proofs, right? Any garbage data, right? It will pass because you have not included a check, right? So what we have concluded from this thing, ignoring return status, bad thing. Validating return status, good thing. We are becoming good hackers, right? Moving on to some range checks, right? So if you have worked with a verifier or proving system, right? The transcript or the proof elements contain many components, right? Many elements based on the construct, right? Based on the proving system which are needed, right? Consider some of the examples. Proof L at zeta, proof R at zeta, these are the evaluations at a point zeta, right? Now, how many of you know about these precompiles EC mul, EC add? Right? We know? We don't know? Come on. So EC add and EC mul are precompiles given to us for efficient addition and multiplication on elliptic curve, right? These are precompiles. So EC mul, like as we know, requires 3 points. The three things. First, the point on the curve, the x and y coordinates, and the scalar with which you want to point addition, which you want to do the point addition with the point, or scalar multiplication with the point, right? Like 1, 2, like generate a point raised to 2, right? So it will do the EC multiplication. Now the problem with EC mul is that, yes, it checks the points are on the curve and they are in the field, but for the scalar, it does not check, So what you can do, so this is the curve that it follows, the ECML, y square x cubed plus 3, alt bn 128, the curve it follows. This is the field with p, denoted by p. So now imagine if I do proof L at zeta as proof L at zeta plus R mod. R mod is the field, length of the field, right? So what an attacker can leverage with this knowledge or this construct, since you're not checking or not restricting the elements to be in the field, attacker can take the advantage and overflow the element, right, out of the field. It will still be valid because S plus R mod is still S, right? Like if you do 5 plus 7 mod 7, it will be 7. 7? Basic maths. 5, right? The same example. You can overflow these elements, take them out of the field since you're not checking or not the implementation is checking. An attacker can take advantage and provide the same value in a different format, right? And if you don't have enough checks, there is a high chance two things can happen. Either your implementation will not understand what's going on and will simply revert, or it may happen that an attacker may find a way to use the same proof in two different ways, same value in two different ways, and try to forge the proofs, right? It's a pretty basic thing, but it can do a lot of damage. Same goes for public inputs. They are supposed to be constrained in the field, right? Another thing, same, these are also proof elements. Proof L, X, proof L, Y are like some of the proof elements, right? So for these elements, at some point in the verifier design, you're supposed to use EC add. These values are supposed to go through EC add computation. So now we know that, okay, so in the previous slide, I told you, okay, EC add does the checks, right, itself. So why do we need to add more checks? Right, you're absolutely right. Yes, it does, but what if these computations are happening after a lot of computation in the verifier, right? You're still wasting gas in the computation. You could have implemented checks in the beginning and just reward it, right? So not you can say a bug or something, but some checks that you can add. So what we learn from this, if you have no field, you will get a goal, right? And if you have field checks, you're a good person, good boy. Like Ronaldo? No? Cool. Back to maths. Hope you guys don't hate maths. So this is the bug I found in Linus implementation. Lagrange polynomial evaluation in zeta. Okay. So in the implementation, I will not try to explain you the whole verifying methodology. We'll just stick to basic maths, right? So just believe on my words, right? So in the implementations, at some point after doing computation, we have to find some Lagrange evaluations, right? At some point zeta, right? So this is an efficient formula. If you can, I will just read it. Li at zeta is equal to omega raised to I divided by n multiplied by zeta raised to n minus 1 divided by zeta minus omega raised to I, so, right? A long formula. It's just an efficient form to calculate the polynomial evaluation. Now, what is omega? What is omega? Root of unity. So what is root of unity? It's just nothing but a simple term. If you raise that term to a power, it will yield 1. So if it's the 4th root of unity, omega raised to 4 will be 1. If it's 5th root of unity, omega raised to 5 equals to 1. So imagine if zeta is a challenge, right? If zeta comes out to be a root at unity, right? So what will be the value? 1. 1 minus 1, 0. The whole term will be 0. So in that case, what you will calculate will be a different or a wrong value as compared to which was supposed to be, right? So you're not supposed, and one more thing, the research paper, the Plong paper, tells you to calculate Lagrange evaluation like this. But you're not supposed to do it. So now you have 2 options. If the value of zeta comes out to be a root of unity, you're supposed to make a check to revert it because you cannot proceed with that. Your verifier cannot deal the vanishing polynomial of 0. That's one case. Second thing, just change the formula. Do it in a primary fashion way, like we used to do in the algebra classes, right? So this is the intended formula. If you calculate the value like this, you will get the right results. And your verifier will work just as fine, right? So this was there in the Linus implementation. It was fixed. And yeah. Now, if you're reading, so these bugs or this knowledge is also very good for bug hunters, right? If you are hunting on Immunify or any bug hunting platform or just reviewing the code base of a protocol, right? You can go in and search for these kind of checks, right? What if you get $1 million, right? So what we learned, if no validations for Lagrange evaluation at zeta for the 0, bad. But if you have validations, you're a good person, and you're progressing, and you're a good reviewer, hacker mindset, like a hacker cat, right? Good. Okay, one last thing, right? There are many bugs that I want to discuss about, but the time is short. So I will talk about this major problem. This is a very big problem in the constructs. It's called as frozen heart. If I'm not wrong, the name is given by Trail of Biz. And they have nice articles here. Sure, you cannot read them, but if you just search frozen heart Trail of Biz, you'll find articles on that. What is frozen heart? Before understanding the bug, let's understand why it's even here, right? So how many of you know about Fiat-Chamy transformations? Great. Do you want to try in a line what it does? Great answer. Okay, so Fiat-Chamy transformations. So it's basically nothing, just a framework which was designed. So consider interactive proofs, how they're supposed to work, right? Basically, prover got a polynomial, right? They want to commit to the polynomial, right? It will ask verifier, now give me a challenge, right? The verifier will give a challenge, right? And the prover will try to evaluate at that point and send back, right? So what happens here, it involves or it needs interaction. The prover needs to wait for the verifier to give me a challenge and then I try to evaluate. So basically to avoid this thing, what was designed and created called SNACS, means non-interactive argument of knowledge, right? So what was designed, what if we avoid this interaction and still able to do the verification just as is without compromising the security, the cryptographic security of the construct, right? So what was designed, okay, whatever the public inputs are there, like proof elements. Whatever the inputs are there, I will just hash all of them down, right? And then try to create the challenges which were needed. Right, absolute right thing, right? If you hash all of the thing down, like in the public transcript, the attacker, like how an attacker will try to forge the proof, because if he's sending some inputs which are getting hashed, the attacker doesn't know what will be the resultant value, right? Now, what if you miss something while hashing the inputs? Let's say there are 10 public inputs in the construct, but you hashed only 9, right? You missed something, you forgot, or maybe you thought it's not necessary to hash them down or hash it down because maybe like anything that you thought like, okay, not needed, not secure enough, something, right? Avoid it, right? The attacker will take advantage of that, right? And will try to find a way to forge a proof by sending malicious public input, but still having the same proof. Or modifying the proof, like let's say there is a proof, right? I do not know like what proof I have to send or what public input I have to send, but I can put in any random data, right, for the public input, and can figure out my way to find out the right constraints or the right data needed, right? So just giving you a hacker methodology, like it's practical. What I'm sharing right now is the way hackers exploited this bug, or you can probably go ahead and exploit by just checking out implementation, right? This can give you like easily $1 million for sure. Like it's that critical bug. So what you're supposed to do, go ahead and find out implementations, right? Any verifier implementations. And just check whether all the public inputs are being hashed or not. If you find something which is missing, what you're supposed to do, take the construct, right? Take the construct, make a fork of the whole verifier implementation, right? And make an arbitrary public input, right? Any random data, because you don't know, you're an attacker, right? You're supposed to forge the proof. You're trying to attack the system. Okay, any random public input, right? Send all the public values, right, by your garbage public input to the fork of the verifier, right? And after that, find out where it's reverting. For your convenience, you can avoid the final pairing check so that you're easily able to proceed with certain steps. Find out where it's reverting. Avoid the checks, right? And just take out the values which you have found till that point which you needed, like inverse, like Lagrange evaluations, U, challenge U, something like that. Okay, you got some values which were required initially, which you did not have, right? Now you have all the values by modifying the verifier implementation a little bit, right? Send all those values back in the implementation because you have the correct values, random public input, but you find out the right values after sending to that, right? And then you can verify the proof. It's that simple. And you are $1 million rich, at least. Cool, what we have learned. Missing public values in Fear-Shamir hash computation. Bad. But if you hash all the public inputs, you are good hacker. More. You want more? More bugs? Well, we don't have enough time, so next time. Okay? And what if you forget me after the event and no discussions with me, nothing, no interactions? Bad kitty, right? But if you stay in touch with me and follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter, you're a good cat, right? So that's it, and I hope you have liked it and learned something, and I conclude my presentation.
Thank you. So we don't have time for questions, but remember to follow Razor on Twitter. So it's Razor_tweet.
It's Razor, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Any
questions?
questions?
Very insightful. Sorry?
Any questions?
I think we don't have time for questions.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe, yeah, sorry, but remember
okay.
to follow Razor.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I like how interesting Razor can make this whole technical stuff sounds interesting. So I think it's really good. Good job, Razor. And speaking of interesting, the next talk is about not interesting, but although it sounds boring, but it's something that can actually make you rich. I hope I describe it correctly. So yeah, so we are jumping to the world of DeFi. Yeah, representing Hyperplex, Terex, and we share insights into advanced strategies they use in DeFi. So let's give it up for Terence and
Hey guys, I know it's a riveting title, so I'm really glad anyone showed up. And yeah, my name's Terrence. I used to work at an HFT. I used to work at Hudson River Trading as a trader. It's one of the largest HFTs in the world. I really enjoyed it. I don't know, maybe it's like some gambling side of me, but I just enjoyed the aspect of trading. And but at the same time, I thought DeFi was a very noble goal, and I decided to leave HFT behind to hopefully do something where it has a meaningful impact, but I couldn't leave trading behind, so I still do a lot of degenning on chain. So yeah, these are my genuine opinions on where you can make money in DeFi, how to systematize it, how to think about it, and a lot of these things I do actually do myself. Last year, I did a little over 280 million in notional volume on chain, just in my personal account. So I hope you don't take these words lightly. I do make serious bets on all the things that I'm going to talk about. So yeah, this is just a very genuine, authentic approach to how to invest in DeFi. Cool. I also work on two protocols now, Burv and Hyperplex, and we'll touch on that a little bit, but that's not the point of this talk. This talk is mostly just literally how do you make money. And the first thing is you have to accept boredom, that in the long run, if you always betting on things that just go up like 500x or drop to 0, you're never gonna make money in the long run, and excitement really is your enemy. And not just is boredom important, but laziness. Mr. Buffett himself has spoken multiple times, you really want a system where you can kind of just sit back, relax, and let it handle itself. And the final quote is, you really want investing to be similar to just watching grass grow or watching paint dry. We want to sit there, do nothing, and if you really want excitement, find it in other places in your life. The problem with DeFi, though, is your grassy lawn is right next to your Las Vegas, and so sometimes it's hard to tell which is which, and turns out you can actually turn your Las Vegas casino into something that is just dry paint, and that's what we'll get into. So today's talk is, first we're gonna where are the opportunities to make money in DeFi to begin with? We have to start with something. How do we make them boring? How do we get lazy about them? As in, how do we build that system around them? And then we'll realize it actually is really, really hard to make money in DeFi, but as long as you're thinking about it the right way, and also as the future of DeFi grows, it actually gets easier and easier. So yeah, let's get into it. First, people here are a pretty smart crowd, so I thought I'd start with a quiz. Just to get everyone on the same baseline, what do you think is an acceptable yield to get in DeFi? Like if you're doing any sort of investing, where should you draw your baseline, your point of comparison to? And maybe for a lot of people, it's just like, as long as I'm not losing money, that's already a great start, and I totally understand that. If some people, peg themselves to the ETH staking yield, that's very reliable. That is, the cornerstone of DeFi where it all began, so I also think that's reasonable. USDC lending on Aave seems pretty safe, that yield. If you're from TradFi, you're probably thinking, oh, Fed funds rate, easy, why are you even asking this? And that's a very reasonable answer. Or maybe you're just a BTC max and you're like, whatever BTC does, I should be doing. Again, it all depends on what you're looking for out of your portfolio. For me personally, I think 3.1% on USDC lending on Aave is the most reasonable. We don't have a Fed funds rate for a lot of reasons in DeFi. Illiquidity reasons, RWA is not that accessible. And so for me, the most risk-free thing you can find is going to be just lending on Aave. It's almost never borrowed out. In fact, it never has been. So I think it's very reasonable. Cool. So we're going to start comparing everything we do to that 3.1 quote-unquote risk-free rate. Let's dig into a little more difficult question. I'm going to give you an example here of some rates you can currently find on DeFi. These are like real numbers I just pulled. And you're going to tell me what that means in terms of the risk premiums the market is pricing. So right now, staked Athena USD is earning 6%. Lending that same USDE and not staking it is earning 3.56%. And if you want to borrow USDE, you're actually paying more than the staking rate. You're paying 6.1%. And what does that mean? Does that mean, the borrowers on Aave are just idiots? Possibly. Does that mean the 7-day staking illiquidity is worth let me stand on the other side, is worth 2.44%? Does that mean Athena has an implied depeg risk that is somewhere around 3%? All of these are very reasonable opinions. The points are going to be worth something. The yield will eventually come down to something. And if I were to take my best guess at what the market is implying right now, it is that, no, the borrowers aren't being stupid. The illiquidity risk is somewhere around 2.44, and indeed all of these things are somewhat true. There are always caveats, but for the large part, I would say I would agree with these things. And whenever you're trying to figure out where these numbers come from, why I'm saying the market is implying this, you have to make a comparison between a strategy that is just marginally different than another strategy. So for example, if we're trying to figure out what the unstaking illiquidity risk premium is worth, we have to say, okay, lending USDE has no illiquidity. I can always withdraw it. Staking USDE has illiquidity, and so the difference in their yield is literally going to be the illiquidity premium, which comes out to be 4.44%. The next one's a little bit harder. We're trying to measure what is the chance of a depeg, and so we have to have one strategy where you're doing the exact same thing, but there's a chance of depeg, versus another one where there is no chance. And that comes down to staking USDE using borrowed USDE versus actually owning it. Because if you borrow it and there is a depeg, you come out scot-free, you actually make money in that scenario. And so you just calculate, it's like, high school probability question. You calculate what is the probability that there is a depeg by setting the two sides equal to each other, the 6% yield times the risk of depeg plus the other side, and you get, it's like a 2.9%, so roughly 3% chance of a depeg. And finally, this last one is even trickier because there's no really marginal comparison here. So the only comparison you can really make is back to that risk-free rate where I just lend USDC for 3.1% versus staking USDE, but this time we know what the different risk premiums are, so we subtract them out. So if I'm staking USDE, I know I have illiquidity risk and depeg risk, but I'm earning points. So I subtract out the illiquidity we just calculated, the depeg risk we just calculated, and what I'm left over with is the points. So yeah, it's pricing points at maybe 2.45%. That seems a little high for me for like a stable coin. I don't think stable coins just like handing out free dollars outside of their usual yield. I think that depeg risk seems a little high though, and so the market just seems a little bit wrong in both directions. And that is the point, that anytime we want to make money in DeFi, we have to look for where the implied numbers are wrong. Right, and so it takes time. You have to sit down, grab a piece of paper and pencil, and just do these calculations and figure out, all right, who's mispricing these probabilities? And like, it's wrong all the time, in fact, especially in certain protocols, but we'll get into that later. For example, when USDE was kind of like popping off and doing like 20% for a good month, does that mean the risk of a depeg was 17% back then? Because the risk-free rate was still 3%? Like, no, it's just the market was inefficient, not enough people were piling in, it was a new protocol and people were scared, and so there were some inefficiencies. Even now with like very tried and true protocols, you have PancakeSwap and Curve on the bottom, it might be hard to see. But the point is, Curve and PancakeSwap are providing basically the same thing. One is a stable swap over stables, and the other is a concentrated liquidity position over stables. Your risk profile is basically the same, but a lot of people don't realize that. And so you would earn way more for doing the same thing on PancakeSwap versus doing the same thing on Curve. Okay, cool. So here is probably the toughest question of this entire thing. And once we get through it, I promise you, no more quizzes. This one, we have a lot less information, but the numbers are wild. So if you have usual USD, which is pretty notorious in recent news, a concentrated position on usual USD between their stable versus USDC is earning 26.5% right now. You can go on vfat.io, find this yourself, I'm not jerking anyone's chain. But if you just staked USDO, you would only earn 8%. And if you deposited on Curve, the staked version with the unstaked version, you would earn almost nothing. So again, here are your options. Which do you think are true? And in this scenario, I do think the Curve depositors are being really stupid. There is no reason you should take on that kind of illiquidity risk with the stake token and also the depeg risk, because USDO is not immediately redeemable on chain either. And so you're taking on a lot of risk for almost no yield. I think that is the dumbest thing I've seen in a long time. The other aspect, though, is for some reason, the USDO stake version has both depeg risk and illiquidity risk baked into there, but the concentrated position only has depeg risk. And so if anything, these yield numbers look reversed, and at this point, nobody should be staking USDO. You should just be providing into the LP until the LP goes down. Because an LP is not going to lose more in a depeg environment than the actual token itself. That is not true, but I don't think, not a lot of people think about it that way, and ends up you get weird yields that you can take advantage of. All right, so the other question is, are these yields boring enough? Because a lot of people just see the 26.5% and they think, that seems really scary, numbers aren't supposed to be that high, I'm just going to stay away from it. And unfortunately, a lot of people miss out on money for exactly that reason. And instead, the question to ask yourself is not, how high is this yield? Does the number look scary? Instead, you should ask yourself, how much does it swing my portfolio? You really have to think about your entire investment portfolio as one big piece. What losses are acceptable to you if things go wrong? How confident are you in this opportunity? And how often do you need to check in? If it makes you anxious, where you can't go through dinner without checking your phone 50 times, then okay, maybe you've over allocated. Maybe it is too exciting. You should really bore it, size down or something. And classically, people refer this as the sleep test. If you can sleep well at night, that's more important. Make sure your health is okay. And if you can sleep on it, then you're probably fine. Okay, but if you can't sleep on it, how do you fix that? How can we make this whole setup a little more boring? And for me, it comes down to 4 things: the sizing, the diversification, hedging, and attention. And even more important is how I systematize all of these things so I don't have to think about it once the strategy is live. Because I really love this quote from Atomic Habits, where if you don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems, right? At the end of the day, when things really go down, you're not going to be a reliable person. We're all emotional. We're all humans. But what doesn't mess up is the math, the programming, the setup that you have made beforehand. So how do we make that setup? Well, when it comes to sizing, I think, pretty reasonable piece is first estimate, as this thing is going to be a part of your portfolio, how much does it swing your portfolio? What is that portfolio variance? If I'm putting, 50% of my portfolio into, Peanut, and Peanut has a chance of swings 30% a day, well, my entire portfolio is going to swing 15% a day. Am I okay with that? And that's only on average, right? There's going to be days where it swings 45% down. Am I going to be able to sleep through that? Once you have an estimate of variance, though, the really nice thing is you can start applying the Kelly criterion. And lots of people have talked about this. You can make an entire talk just on the Kelly criterion. If you don't know what it is, you should definitely go on Wikipedia and search it up immediately right now, because I wouldn't start investing without understanding that piece. And it's just a formula that says, okay, if you're going to make a bet, how big should that bet be relative to your entire portfolio, right? If you're flipping a coin that might double or nothing, how large of a piece of your entire portfolio should that be? And it literally tells you, hey, you should make it 90% of your portfolio or 5% of your portfolio. Not a lot of people actually bet perfectly on the Kelly criterion. I personally bet like half Kelly, and that's very reasonable. You kind of find your own personal preference when it comes to that. All right, so diversification, a lot of people have talked about this. You know, this is, everyone really knows about it. The S&P 500 kind of teaches it to you from the first days you invest. So I'm not gonna go over this, but like, you know, multiple strategies, multiple tokens, protocols, chains, just spread it all over the place, so no single point of failure. But what some people often miss is you should also diversify across different time horizons, so different liquidity profiles. Some things should be locked up for a year. They're good opportunities. You're willing to wait a year. Some things for a month, a day. You know, at the end of the day, you need to eat. You need to pay your rent. So just make sure you always have some cash on hand and diversify in that direction. Cool. When it comes to hedging, a lot of people think about this and just hear like, oh, this is just like a stop loss or something. But really, there's two ways to hedge. One is I want to remove noise from my investments. And so if I'm trying to, you know, invest in just DeFi sector as a whole, I might say, all right, let me buy into Arbitrum and short OP. Because as far as I'm concerned, they're really similar things, but there's a little bit more DeFi activity on Arbitrum. No hate on either of those two. I have no idea if that's still true, but I'm just giving that as an example. And so you're hedging out this chain factor, you're hedging out this entire market delta, and just leaving yourself with this tiny exposure to the excess of DeFi on Arbitrum. And you know, that's a good factor hedge, and so you should think of it, one is to reduce noise, and of course the other is indeed stop losses are important. At some point, you're just like, I made the wrong prediction, I need to accept my losses and walk away from this. And finally, what not a lot of people talk about is attention. Just like, there is a good way to pay attention to your portfolio and a wrong way to do it. There's a good way to be lazy and a wrong way to be lazy. If you're checking into your portfolio every single day, if you're doing it on a schedule that you're consistent with, there's nothing wrong with that. Check 2-3 times a day, that's fine, you have a schedule. But if you're checking in out of concern all the time, that's a very different attitude. And so you might be checking the same amount with a very different attitude. And if you're checking in to rebalance according to your set strategy, oh, perfectly fine. If you're there to alter your strategy, something has gone wrong. If you have a plan, always stick with it. If you find yourself making decisions every time you're checking your portfolio, that is the worst place to be, because under stress, you're not going to make the right decision. And so this component is what I think DeFi really has a good place with. Because now that smart contracts can handle a lot more complexity than, you know, what your prime broker at Chase or whatever bank, I don't know banks in Taiwan, I'm sorry. But like, you know, at whatever bank, your banker isn't really gonna handle like, if this, then that, if this, then that. But DeFi totally can. And that's the beauty of why I think DeFi has so much potential. Cool. So again, it doesn't matter which strategy you're applying. These are just some general guidelines I gave for whatever strategy you want to apply. But the point is you can systematize it for all of these. You can always take these same 4 approaches. They're going to look different under different circumstances, but at the end of the day, the principles are always the same. And I'll give you a case study. So this is a strategy that exists right now. I am currently doing this. I think other people should too. So you're probably eating into my alpha if you do listen to me, but it's totally fine. Right now, if you're on Berachain, you can look at Dolomite, and the supply interest rate for Bera is around 69%. Incredibly high. I haven't ever seen it go down below 40%. Probably a bunch of VCs or bag holders are shorting their exposure to, are hedging their exposure, and so they're shorting on Dolomite, which I think is very reasonable for them, but 69 is great for us. ETH, on that side, the borrow interest rate is 1.2, I just realized the number, okay. ETH borrow rate is only 1.26%, and the USDC deposit APR is 0.74%. So a very reasonable strategy to do here is realize, oh, ETH and Bera are pretty correlated, just because the whole market is pretty correlated. In fact, there is some asymmetric behavior, but it's asymmetric in Bera's favor. And so if I just long Bera, short ETH, maybe, you know, they stay correlated and nothing happens on the exposure side. My delta is completely 0, but I am just farming 69% on yield. So that is fantastic. So the strategy is I'm going to long bear, short ETH on Dolomite, and add USDC as a buffer. I estimate what this divergence is on a day-to-day basis. It's never really more than 5%. In the worst case scenario, it's been 20%. And because the loan to value of this money market is 15%, that leaves me with like a 35% buffer, which you can, 1 over 35 is around like 2.8. So I'll just loop it 2.5 times. Set yourself a time horizon. Never just leave a strategy indefinite. That's like how you set yourself up to failure. That's a bad way of being lazy. And if you do that, it comes out to be roughly 14% upside. You want to measure that because it'll go into the Kelly criterion. So, I figure out what this variance is going to look like to try to find an appropriate size. The daily vol is around 7.5% for my entire portfolio. If I were to just do this with my entire portfolio, and so half Kelly suggests I should put 40% of my portfolio into this. I didn't do 40, I did less because I'm a chicken, but at least I did a little bit. When it comes to diversification, you don't really want to diversify too much. The only uncorrelated asset here is USDC, and that works perfectly fine so that it acts like a buffer. The hedge, again, I'm just hedging with ETH, and so I don't have any delta exposure. And finally, the tension is I just want to reduce my exposure if the variance does go up, but if it doesn't, I can kind of leave it as it is. And whenever there is a divergence, for example, Barra going up here, I'm going to bet on a reversion to the mean there on their correlation. I'm just going to sell some Barra and buy it back when it reverts. That doesn't always happen, but in this scenario, if there is positive alpha on Barra, it works out in my favor. So anyways, this is a very reasonable thing. We've gone over the 4 aspects of making this into a real system. We've measured our variance. And yeah, I feel really comfortable doing this strategy. And I hope you do too now. Anyways, when it comes to DeFi, a lot of us are builders. So can we build something to make this easier? Because honestly, those 4 steps take some effort, maybe more effort than you want to do right now. I don't know if people are on their phone to do this. Which I love if you are. If you're not a big deal. But yeah, you should check the yield out for yourself. Anyways, like if I were to build a protocol to help make this easier, what can that be? It might be just find more correlations. There's lots of opportunities like this. Maybe make it easier to find. Can something bundle these transactions together for me so that I don't have to do all this like shorting and all these looping transactions? If you've done it yourself, it's kind of a pain. Can something just calculate the Kelly for me? Can I get more cross margin than just my 2.5x loop? And is there a way to scale this up or down easily? Well, no one's really built a great way to do this, but perp protocols actually do this really well. And I've been doing it on Hyperliquid for a while on different tokens. And the point is they kind of do your bundling loop transactions for you because when you short, they deposit the cash into your account. And they also give you some pretty generous cross margin. So yeah, don't overlook using perp markets for more than just perps, but farming this basis difference. Another thing people ask is just like, well, okay, this seems kind of complicated. Can someone just build a vault and do this for me? And the sad part is like, yes and no. It can do a lot of the strategy for you. It can do all the transactions for you. But when it comes to these 4 aspects, like it's really on you to figure out how it relates to your own portfolio. And so vaults are not going to be the end-all, be-all. You really have to consider what is the vault doing and how does it work in the rest of my portfolio. Okay. So that was the looping example. It's not dead simple, but it wasn't super complicated. What is super complicated is LPing. Sadly, LPing is beautiful because it's uniquely DeFi and there's so many opportunities there like we saw before, but there's not a lot of systems built for it. And because the problems are so many, that it's already hard enough to find where the opportunities are. Like the yields on VFAT are different than the yields on DeFi Llama and yields on different aggregators. It's hard to pick a concentration range. You have to estimate your variance for sizing. How do you even do that? There's not good calculators for it. How do I diversify? And then beyond that, we haven't even addressed the other hard problems, which is like, okay, are there even hedges for my LP exposure that I can do and not some, advanced market maker behind the scenes? Can I reallocate automatically whenever yields drop and rewards end? Because that happens all the time as well. And is there a way to compound without all these insane fees that certain protocols charge you? And thankfully, there are a lot of protocols who are building exactly that. You know, I'm working on BERV, but there's plenty of other protocols that do this. If it sounds like this is a better curve, and that's what BERV stands for, I didn't say it. It's just what it sounds like. But BERV itself is a up to 16 token multipool. So super aggressive on the side. It helps with the diversification. But what's interesting is you can just pick whatever tokens you are comfortable with. And so instead of picking all 16, you can pick 8, you can pick 4, doesn't matter, and you're only exposed to those risks. The hedge is that we decided, hey, we'll just build in a hedge. If things drop for your position more than you're comfortable with, then we just cut it out. Yeah, simple as that. The attention, and the point is, we built a protocol because if you're LPing for like 8 different stable pegs at the same time, it's really annoying to actually go into all the pairs between these 8 tokens, which comes out to be what, like 28 pairs. And so, yeah, you just want somebody to size them all up and down for you at the same time. And also we have built-in rehypothecation, which I'll talk about in a little bit, but this is how it looks like. We show you the graph. This is just a 5x5 to keep it simple. With like 5 tokens on each side. You can pick like 3 of them or whatever you want. Easily surfaces the yields for every single pair and has enormous capital efficiency gains because it's a multi-pool. Anyways, when it comes to rehypothecation, I don't know if you've caught up with it on DeFi Twitter, but it's just the new hot thing for AMMs where we take all these idle assets and put it somewhere yield bearing. Nothing crazy because like your token that's sitting in AMM is not being used 90% of the time. Might as well just put it on Aave, throw it into Lido. And yeah, both of the protocols I work on do this, but there's plenty of other protocols who have started picking up on this, and so I think that's great for DeFi. Besides that, Hyperplex is generally just this LP compounder, which is the more interesting part of Hyperplex for me, but overall it's an LP optimizer. And when it comes to compounding, one thing people do wrong is that people kind of compound all their positions uniformly. You should really just be compounding your winners and neglecting your losers because whatever's earning right now is probably going to be earning more in the future unless you have like a really strong prior distribution on where your fees are coming from. And in that sense, Balancer is kind of doing the wrong thing. Balancer is selling off whatever token is growing and buying back whatever token was not growing. And yeah, I just don't think that's the right approach when it comes to farming fees. So I would not use it to farm fees, but maybe you just want to hold a portfolio. I get it. But other protocols have kind of understood that, hey, you really want this distribution when it comes to LPing. Trader Joe was pretty early to it, but I didn't really like their distributions. Bunny is a really cool protocol if you haven't checked out. They have this like liquidity shapeshifting built into UniV4 that's built on this premise. And I really like the compounding solution because the point is the fees themselves slowly discover what is the true population of like your fee earning ticks through, well, Glivenko can tell you, if you remember from stats class, that's like the reason why bootstrapping works. And it's also the reason why auto compounding this way is a really smart idea. Okay, cool. My point is, it may sound really hard. Building, systematizing an investment strategy is difficult. You can definitely do it now, and in the future, because of all the things that people are building, it's only gonna get easier. And so I hope everyone's very hopeful about the future of DeFi, and I wanna leave us with Amara's law, which is we tend to overestimate the effect of technology in the short run, but underestimate it in the long term. I think we've already done enough of the overestimation. The hype has really gone down lately, and we're in that phase where I think people are underestimating how far we can go and how far DeFi has already come. Cool, so here's how you can stay in touch, reach out, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Okay, we have 1 minute, so so maybe just one question.
So how is the unstaking liquidity calculated? Is this based on the opportunity cost or any formula?
Yeah, exactly. You hit it on the nail. You hit the nail on the head. It's just, if I were to do this, I can't do that.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Cool. Do we have another question? By the way, I think the title is not correct. It's really interesting. I think I'm gonna review all my strategy with your framework tonight. Yeah. All right, any last question? All right, if you want to discuss more strategies with Terrence, you can add him on, is it your Twitter? Oh, the last one, Monk's Umbrella, okay. Yeah, so thank you, Terrence, for the talk. And this is also a wrap for today's talk. And rest up, tomorrow we have more Vitalik, more music, more panels, and more talks. So you should come back home, sleep early, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you.